Hey, hi, hello. Okay, good. Man, I was going through like some behind the scenes stuff to make sure audio wasn't repeating because it sounded like it kind of was. Maybe it was like the background music, but I'm glad. It seems like things are good on my end. Happy Wednesday! Yes, happy Wednesday to you, Molecular Shadow Fox. Good to see you as always. Yes, tonight is a special night because it's going to be the start of a new race game playthrough. I'm playing Grid 2019 version, which it follows the trend of series reboots, as it were, by just doing the name thing, right? Just we'll go back to the name, right? The first name, the name it had when it first came out. Can't keep a foxy away, hee hee, and I'm glad for that. Yeah. So there was another game that came out after Grid 2. It was like Grid Autosport. Seems like reaction to that was like mixed. People were kind of have mixed feelings about that. Sadly, it's been delisted, so I can't really get that anymore. I thought that was also the case for Grid 2019 because I was like looking around for Grid games like while I was playing through Grid 2 to see what I could get, and it seems like Grid Legends was like the only game that was still out there because it was the most current Grid game. And I was like, you know what? That's how it is sometimes, right? Can't cry over spilled milk. I got into this one late, and oh, hello there. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and give me a moment here. How do I do this within want to wipe out this bot message. And you think they like one of these days I'm gonna have to like go through and try to figure out how these things go. Should be able to right-click the name in the chat and click delete. Let's see. There. I just straight up banned them as well. They're just gonna waltz in here and go, "Hey, didn't advertise my services." Yeah, screw you. Thanks for the help, Molecular Shadow Fox. Now, where was I? Anyway, yeah. So I thought that I also was like out of luck for Grid 2019 because I was also delisted, but thankfully, like a periodic trawl through my humble bundle stash revealed that I did have like Steam keys for Grid 2019, along with like all of its DLC, or if not all of it, most of it. So here I am. We are Got Grid 2019 on Steam, so I'm at least gonna get to play through that. Yeah, after Grid 2, I became like the world champ. But as some people might know, it's sometimes about the journey, right? It's boring at the top, right? It's like just sitting there defending your title, like, oh man, what happened to the thrill of the hunt, right? The journey and all that. So here we are, gonna start ourselves on a new journey. Let's see what Grid has to offer. That fuzzy feeling starting a new game, right? Let's get in here. Ooh, gotta sign into RaceNet. I did get in here previously to kind of get everything prepared, but, you know, these games usually do. They just start you with a cutscene, so I didn't want to get any further. At least watch this little artistic intro. This car getting reverse timed. Everything's going in reverse. This is like before the big terrible event that cost him the career. Everything we do is going to lead up to that point. Gonna see where it all went wrong. Chasing the dream, right? Oh man, this guy got checked. Something fierce, it seems like. Oh boy. I hope this is not like a real song, cause man, it wouldn't be funny if I just like went to the VOD and was like, oh, this portion has been muted. Okay, so it wasn't like that long of a intro there. Oh.
How can you top this season? On the road to the Grid World Series, we can expect more action, more drama, and it's all happening right here in the WSR.
Oh, is it going to start as it always does, in the middle of a race? We're just getting right into it. Here's a little taste of power for you. Alright, let's do this. Oh boy, I gotta do something about the vibration settings once I can get into the options proper. Ah, yeah. This is all super familiar territory here. Even the font is like super duper familiar. That super kind of non-serif, very clean looking interface to everything. Got the race radar and everything. Yep, good old flashback is all here. Press Y to do flashback. And as is standard for the series, it's a limited number. You only get so many do-overs. Forza Motorsport, this ain't. It's almost at the start of some films where you see a scene cut back to black and white text 3 months earlier. Oh man, I kind of enjoy it when they don't do it that often, right? It's just, oh, how did they get up to that point? It's even better if it's like something that happens over multiple episodes, right? It's like the very first episode you see the big pivotal moment, and then the next, like, the whole entire season is just building up to that point. That actually reminds me of a TV series that kind of did it poorly, because they kind of spoiled it in a commercial. It wasn't even like that big of a gimmick, so I wonder why they did it. It was like, long time ago, CSI Miami, I remember they said, yeah, this episode's gonna open up with a big crime, and then we're gonna rewind to show you how it all started. I'm like, is that something you really need to spell in a commercial? Is it really that big of a hook? Even Law & Order SVU has done that. Ah, yes. That makes sense. Oh man, look at that confetti. Ooh, that finish. Of course, we fade away, because, you know, tutorial race.
With that wrapped up, it's over to Indianapolis.
And Kristen, it's gotta be the one to watch.
Yeah, you won't want to miss it, Alex. The Grid World Series is so close you can touch it.
Who is this person? Why do they have, like, so many monitors of varying sizes? Seems woefully inefficient, if you ask me. Oh, is this going to be like a mid-race get into it? Another taste of power? You raced on the city streets, now here's a little taste of circuit racing.
Sticking close to the rear, hunting for that draft, and looking for the overtake.
They've lost control. The other team now looking to capitalize.
Tire to tire, someone's not...
Talk about a panopticon. Oh, snap. A wipeout. Oh, here we go. Oh, we're starting post-wipeout. Okay. Through the smoke. They even have the countdown. I see, like a taster of each driving discipline. Yeah, I was gonna say...
Great driving.
Actually, reminds me a lot of how Forza does it.
All right, plenty of drafting opportunities, of course. Get in close behind and keep that speed up. Okay, you've got 2 laps.
So very, how am I supposed to get that draft in when these guys are just like, seem to be able to keep pace? Maybe this is our chance, just get behind them. Maybe the slipstream threshold is like really, really wide in grid. I don't know. Or I should say really long, not wide, because we're far away. Wait, the wrecked car is still there? Probably should have cleared that off some time ago. I still liked how another car just ran right into it. Love that taste Forza did in Forza Horizon 4, a song on tires when it hit winter in the trophy track. Yeah. It was a very, very good intro there. Very well done. Not only gave you a taste of their 4 categories of driving, but also gave you a nice taste of their main gimmick, the whole seasons thing. Not to mention the way the song kind of segued between like each different part as you went through your thing. I see a festival that never ends. She wasn't lying. She was not. Oh, oops. Terminal damage. Oh man. Yep, we're gonna wind that back. Gonna spend our 1 flashback. All right, getting back into it. I'm sure they'll have like a difficulty adjustment thing we can do. Maybe some way to turn off like a damaged subsystem, cause...
All right, over the line.
Yeah, 4th place. Given the circumstances, I'm pretty glad for it. Okay.
And it's being settled at Brands Hatch, Kristen.
Are we gonna get a 3rd discipline?
As colorful as ever, especially given the added complexity of a waterlogged road surface. If you can win in these conditions and under this pressure...
I see Forza finally admitted they dropped the ball big time with motorsport.
Without further ado, this final is about to begin. So hold on to your
Probably
umbrella.
understandable.
It's race day.
Even I have the feel. I felt like it was missing something, right? They had a racing series, but they didn't have much else, right? You compare it to 7, and the career was definitely a lot more bare bones. They didn't have a conclusion to it. They were just like, they didn't have an acknowledgement you got like the cup. It was just like, yeah, you did it. Oh, is this the flashback tutorial? Oh man, you wiped out. Press Y to try it again.
Okay, stay calm and get it under control.
Or not.
There you go. Good recovery.
I do like
Watch the slippery track and get back up to speed.
they're doing like these mid-action starts for the intro here. Just like, yeah, you're gonna find yourself in situations where you might wipe out a bit, but you're gonna have to just fight your way back to the front of the pack when that happens. Forza Motorsport 4 had one of the best career modes in any motorsport. Wish I had been around to experience it. That was on the 360, right? Yeah, okay. I believe it was like starting with Motorsport 5 when the series went to the Xbox One. I remember that because I remember the Giant Bomb Quick Look for Forza Motorsport 5, and they were just kind of astounded that that the series kind of went for like a more dramatic direction. It was interesting the way they went. And then 6 was the first, I think, where they also brought it to PC, and that was kind of its own deal. And then 7 introduced all the loot box stuff, which they thankfully walked back. And then we came to Motorsport 2023, which is kind of their live servicey type game where they will add tracks and limited time events and stuff. Yeah, I was so sad about it at the time. I can imagine.
Listen, I can get position info on your teammate and rival if you need it.
Oh, really? Wait. Request your teammate to attack? What? Hey, yo.
Your teammate is leading the race.
Okay, so there's a bit of a team aspect going on here. You got...
Alright, I'll see if they can block any overtakes.
I'll see, that probably would work a lot better if I were ahead, but... Okay, we got an aggressive driver over here trying to throw me off the road. They're thinking this is Need for Speed Carbon with teammates attacking. Wow, man. I remember they made a big deal of the whole teammate stuff in Carbon. They were talking about how, oh yeah, you got like 3 different types. You got the one who will help defend you against attackers, the ones that will help you gain speed by giving you that slipstream, and ones that will just like assault other opponents. Or no, maybe there's one that will like help you find shortcuts. I think that was like one of the assist types. Yeah, they had like offensive, speed, and scout, I guess, in the way. Speed, power, technique. Right, so the Sonic Holy Trinity. Yeah. The whole attacking thing is kind of funny to think about when, you know, they have like a damage system in this game, so it's like, yeah, sure, you could tussle with the other cars, but you might end up paying for it. Of course, they might end up paying for it more, which is, I guess, the whole end goal, right? Anyways, 5th place, but hey, teammate got first, so I guess that counts for something. Alright, so that's 3 races. Rule of 3 would mean they'd seen it all. And yeah, we're not going back to the whole wall of TVs, so I'm assuming this is where they will transition us to the main game.
Excellent season. You're going
Can just imagine your crew chief on the headsets like, take them down now! Yeah.
It's all down to talent now.
Talent. That's what it boils down to, huh?
Now you're the expert, but from where I was sitting, that was a final to remember. From a mid-race spin-out to an electrifying finish, this race and the WSR series has given us plenty to look back on. But what's next?
What's next is my career, probably.
To have got this far, Alex, and made it to the top of the standings.
Oh, snap.
The Grid World Series. If the WSR is the proving ground, then the Grid World Series is the battleground, where the best racers on the planet compete in multiple race disciplines to find out who
So we had
is
like
the
the
ultimate racer.
WSR, and now we have post-WSR, huh?
So as the dust settles on the WSR today, in the distance, the Grid World Series starts its engines, gearing up for the most thrilling racing action around. And we'll be right there with you.
A little bit of escalation. I'm guessing they must have dropped the ESPN sponsorship like some time ago. VIP status. As a VIP driver, you'll win extra cash in every race to give you a helping hand. You've also been given access to exclusive livery patterns, card backgrounds, and banners. You can apply these in the player profile screen. Oh, yeah. Oh my god, even the main menus like got that grid style. Then again, you know, Grid 2 kind of sort of had this, right? Okay, well let's let's mess with this edit profile. Not that it matters, cause like I'm not going online or anything. Oop. I like how they count Tab as a character. What should my race number be? Say 85. Yeah, I like that. 85. Oop, wait, you tell me I gotta save this? How do I do that? Oh, apply. Okay, I can apply it when I exit. Hey, look, I should probably be reading because they say it right there. Apply. Alright. Oh my god. Ah, of course, a lot of flag banners. Man, this reminds me of Halo. Remember Halo? They got a lot of stuff like this. Hey, pick a background. This one looks pretty cool. Panel image. I do like how they just have a pirate ship with a kraken. Also choose the old dusty trail. Maybe hot rod. Route 666. The number of the beast. Maybe just samurai. Are there supposed to be books, or is that like the process from a Transistor? I can't really tell. Oh, you know what? Stars. Let's go with stars. Edit accolades. I don't have any at the moment. And stats, I got none of those, of course. Alright. Oh. Nothing else to do except get in this career. Oh. Wow. Is this is how it is, huh? You have your 5 disciplines, and then you have the invitational. Bunch of series in here. All leading up to one final one. Then you have the DLC seasons as well. Ah, okay. Plenty of meat to chew on here. Alright. Well, let's start from the top, right? We'll start with TC2 UK Open, race 2 rounds. Oh, I gotta pick a car. Okay. I got like 100,000 G's. If anyone did 100,000 G's in real life, they probably would cease to exist. Nice variety of cars for each series. Ooh, I'm looking forward to it then. You know what? Since I got money to throw around, why don't I or you know what? Actually, I was gonna pick the most expensive car, but I actually renege on that. I'm gonna pick the Subaru because it's blue. Oh, okay, I got a hold. Okay. There we go. Can I pick a livery? Yeah, I can like just pick a stock or... Yeah, you know what? We'll just stick with the stock livery. Huh. Just have an extra livery you can get some way or another. We'll keep that one. All right. Let's get in here. Can see you rocking an Impreza in real life. Yeah, this seems like I like the kind of the more small, compact cars. They're nice. They're cool. Don't need anything too overly huge, and I don't like anything that's like too small.
Welcome to Silverstone.
A good 4-seater car is great because that's like just small enough, and if people need to, people need a ride, then they can hit me up, and I'll be able to help them out there. I kind of like this pre-race chatter. It feels like something you would hear like on the proper track. I do like how they have like a qualifying lap you can do, I guess, to try to get a better placement in the proper race. Let's try that. Oh, you know what? I forgot to... Ooh, okay, they're to give you a rolling start here as well. Nice. I like it. I like it. Here we go. Oh. This lap has been invalidated. I kind of dig that. Nice super saloon or something. Yeah. Well, at least the flashbacks are like very generous. You can actually rewind quite a bit. Can rewind quite a bit. Seems weird seeing a Subaru on the track rather than on a rally stage. Yeah, the way it is, kind of looks like that kind of car you could like fit on a bit of off-roading stuff to make it a proper off-roading car. But I guess when you have like a limited number of tracks and, you know, so many cars, you gotta meet them out somehow. Huh. So I always have really 16th. I mean, granted, I was like 4 seconds behind, and oh my god, I couldn't even make it to 15th. Jeez. All right, let's just continue. See how this goes. Forgot to check difficulty settings.
Hey everybody, you've been making a lot of noise out there, but can you make some noise once more for Kristen? Fantastic.
Oh.
And on that, sorry, Cruise Control are about to...
So you can do as many hot laps as you want to try to vie for a better position, but well, after a certain point, you just got to get out there, huh? All right, we're gonna skip that little race intro. Kind of a fun way to get everyone to show off their cosmetic stuff, just like in real life with the announcers. Did kind of feel like that, so that's pretty cool. I do like it. It does give you that feeling you're kind of like right there on the track. Just listen to them say their thing. Huh, so I got like a point system going too. It's like a kudos, like a whole kudos thing. Thankfully is not lost when you like hit a car, thankfully. Yeah, okay. It's like whatever setting they plop me down on, these competitors got hands, man. Fighting the 15th is already a bit of a struggle. And this 15th place mofo keeps on pulling ahead of me.
Right, you are off the pace after the first lap. Chase down the pack.
Can you upgrade your cars? I'm not sure about that. It might be possible, though. Can't... I had to admit, I did not read up too much about this game, so can't say for sure. If I remember correctly, the old games did have, at the very least Grid 2, if I remember correctly, did have like... Oh, uh-oh. I think they had like some means with which you could upgrade your cars. Don't quote me on that, though. It's been a while since I last played Grid 2. Yeah, it could just be like one of those things where you gotta keep driving the car in order to level it up and get more parts. Or have I just been playing too much like Forza Motorsport 2023?
Last lap. Come on, let's have at least one more place.
Easier said than done, my radio fella. I just got super lucky that other person spun out super hard and has a hard time catching up right now. Alright. Maybe this is meant to be like, grid one where you are outclassed to start, but as you work your way through the career, you will get better and better. Great. Is the other fella gonna come try to overtake me? Come on, at least give me not last. Gradually build your cars up and all that. Yeah. Maybe that's the feeling you're going. Proper progression. Heh. They got like 3,000 G's off of that. Oh, hey, our partner got 11th. I guess that's something. So he said it was like a 2-event series, so I assume that'll bring us to the next locale. Sure, if I wanted to, I could always just like retry. Oh, hey, experience. Speed, technique, bravery. Oh, okay, so I got bonuses for finishing the race and also maintaining my start position. Ah, I guess that means finish at or better than where you started the race. Here we go, event. Next event. Hey, look at me. Where's my partner? Can I rename my partner, or are they just stuck with the name Nick? Going to Brands Hatch Indy Circuit.
And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll all be decided. Kristen, tell me what's gonna happen.
Yeah, looking at the standings and...
Oh! Oh man, I thought the dialogue would continue playing if you decided to just like enter an event, but nah. Oh, I thought. Okay, another roll and start. I can dig it. Only in 40 seconds, oh boy. Oh, hey, I remember this track. This was a track that we had in the intro. I just saw they had you on the Jumbotron. Oh, yeah, they do. Oh, that's a nice touch. It's like, here's a view of the current racer. Still 16th. Thankfully, my partner here is doing way better than I am. Good old Nick Whittle. They're gonna be my crutch. I get that feel. I feel like they're gonna be helping me along here. 16th, and yet you were 2 seconds ahead on that last corner. Right? I don't get it. Everyone else is just like so much more cracked than I am. Looks like I've made a nemesis in Ali Gustafsson. Guessing if I try to pass him, they will hand me my butt. Oh. That's an understatement. That said, having like a sort of nemesis system in a racing game feels kind of weird. Perhaps it made a little bit more sense in, say, like a Burnout game, Like, I remember Burnout 3 kind of had like a general, like, aggression system where drivers would act more aggressive to you if you acted aggressive towards them, and then Revenge kind of brought it all the way out with the whole Nemesis system. And if someone took you out, they would be marked, and then you could try to take them back down. And if you took them down, they would be like, Revenge takedown. Oh boy. So maybe I shouldn't try to pass them on the corner. We'll just wait and get them on the straight. Hopefully they won't try to check me. Similar to Wreckfest. Oh yeah. That would be another game that makes sense to have like a sort of aggression system. I just have to remember that I only have like a limited number of rewinds. I can't just keep doing it willy-nilly. So yeah, after a certain point, I just gotta commit to whatever happens, right? Sometimes you have to live with the decisions you make. It's like real life, right? There are no do-overs, and even if you do get a do-over, things aren't going to be exactly the same as they were before. Okay, you know what, Nick, go beat up. Oh, I thought you were gonna take out like in-gun, but all right, never mind. See, they're trying real hard here. Oh, they tried, but they couldn't get they couldn't take me out this time. Not this time, buddy.
Your teammate is in the race, but near the back of the pack.
That's okay. Now I am the one who got 11th. Another 3,300 G's. Ooh, I got an achievement for beating my first nemesis. Nice. It was on, and we took them out. So they are off. Still was like way in the back of the pack there. So this should be enough XP for a level up. So what do I get? What do levels get me in this game? Saw Akito Matsuoka. I wonder if it's like teammates I can swap between. Looks like I got a couple of cosmetics as well. That's what it looks like to me. Yeah, I kind of like this little concluding screen. It's not part of the podium this time, but maybe next time. Alright, we're gonna get back. We're gonna wind it back because I want to check out gameplay. We go difficulty. Oh my god, that was medium. What difficulty is it? It was on medium. Turns out damage level, visual only. Yep, terminal damage, disabled, AI difficult. Oh! Okay, so it's like a... Alright, so there's a granularity to this. You can adjust the difficulty of various things here. Ooh, infinite flashbacks. No, we're gonna stick with 5. It ain't a grid game if you give it infinite flashbacks. That's the one thing I'll give them. Clutch override, we'll keep it like that. Camera position any. Racing line, we'll keep it at corners only. Career race length. What is this? What does this mean? Everything else... I can see that being a good thing for learning driving lines. Oh, that's true. That's true. Alright, press X to apply. Alright, let's see how AI is on easy. Alright, I'm gonna jump back in here. We're going to Asia. Still TC4. Yeah, I don't see any option to upgrade the car. I see clean and respray, I see livery, there's selling the car, and then you can also select it and go back. Oh, hey, look, it's me. Where's my partner? Where's Nick? Oh, there we go. Nick Whittle.
Welcome to today's event, and this is gonna be a good one. Kristen, what has the Grid World Series got in store?
This is a tight, bruising, elbows out kind of race, Alex. If you haven't lost a bit of paint by the end of the race, well,
Good old two people commentary.
or you've got very
It's nice. It's nice to have someone to banter back between, right? It's like helps give you a stream of material, right? If you're stuck on something, could get hopefully your partner can help pick up the slack and guide you along, right? Looks nice around there with the pine trees. This is like a mountain track of sorts. Always need the color commentator, indeed. Someone to add in the extra supplementary comments. It's nice. It's a nice touch. So hopefully AI difficulty will also, kind of, ease up on the times as well. Oh! Oh, man. Look at that. Just dialed the difficulty back one step, and the gulf between results is kind of nuts. Alright, well, let's continue. What a difference, I know, right? So either I can get my teeth kicked in, or I can kick everyone's teeth in. We'll probably just stick with kick everyone's teeth in difficulty. Yeah, you have been. Oh, I kind of like that. It's like a fluid way to kind of segue to the race moment. Hey, look at that. I like the white, green, red colors there. It's like Italy or Mexico. Or, Alright, so looks like this first place fella is they're not going down without a fight. It's their time without a doubt. They're not going down without a fight. So it's time for me to get up off the ground and take what is mine. Because I finished first in the hot lap, man. Certainly not going to lose in the real race. The Giuseppe is no joke. Oh boy. I look forward to tussling with them. Huh. Are they talking about me? They're like, hey, this guy's on camera, let's commentate on the stuff they're doing. Hey! Hey, 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 hey! Who said you could get ahead of me, huh? Hey, I did not allow you to take pole position. Get back there. You only get to take second. Pole position is mine, buddy. Do like they
Stop. Hold the lead. Last lap.
kind of tell you pretty hard there. It's 1 lap to go. Keep it steady. Okay, this is doing better this time. Woo! Let's go! Haha! Wow! Got 19,000. I'm guessing that's because I got first. Alright. Nick managed to hold the middle there. Thanks for being insurance, just in case I somehow messed up like super hard. Which thankfully was not the case. Can they hold on? And you're like 5 feet from the finish line. Hey, you never know. Anything could happen, right? Blue shell could just like come out of nowhere and just smash you, and then you get hit by a star, and then a chain chomp, and then you get knocked aside by a bullet bill, and someone flattens you with a mushroom, and then like seven more green and red shells just hit you, and finally when you think it's all over, you just get pushed off the edge of the track. Sorry, wrong game. My bad. Do a Lightning McQueen with a flat tire. Okay, so they give you extra rewards for fastest lap, being in the top half of the pack, third or higher, and the race winner. Man, it's like progressively better rewards. As it should be. Alright. Round 2. Once again, everyone on the track. Same folks. Ooh, now I think about it. If they have the same designs, does that mean they're like on the same team?
And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll all be decided. Kristen, tell me what's gonna happen.
Looks to be a really heated race ahead. We've seen some great racing.
It's always a heated race.
I can see a few potential winners out there, but who will snatch it? Can't wait to find out.
Well, we're about to see how this all plays out, so don't go anywhere.
You know, let the racers do that, right? Let them go around the track. That's what they're here for. I do like Grid 2019's approach to kind of like that pre-race better. It's like you only have to do 1 lap, and that will decide your overall position. And if you don't want to do it, that's fine too. These commentators would have a field day in Horizon with all the shenanigans that go on with teammates. They're like, oh man, I can't believe it. That guy just hit their teammate. They just smashed him right into the wall. What are they thinking? Wait, what the heck? Why is this teammate trying to get ahead of all their... Well, trying to get to first? All their teammates are already in first. Do they not remember that this is a team event? Or it's like, oh my god, they caused their teammate to spin out. What is their overall plan here? Or maybe they just go like a Halo-style betrayal. That'd be pretty funny. I just realized that this game doesn't have you declare a country of origin. They don't have you like declaring a nickname either, like Grid 1 and Grid 2 did. And once again, they're using teammates as the brakes. This won't sit well with Horizon officials. Yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna skip that. Might be fun for an online race, but or an offline race when, you know, everyone's not gonna be sporting cool cosmetic banner displays. Maybe makes less sense there. Nice thing about starting it first is that all you have to do is defend your position. You don't have to worry about fighting your way to the top. I guess this is one of those things where I can say one of the things I liked from Motorsport 2023 was how you could just like select your starting position, and then you would get yourself bonus credits if you could hit top 3 from where you started. And they even had like a recommendation or a prediction of what position you would end up in if you did like the qualifying laps. Track limits exceeded, stewards may incur further penalties. Oh boy. I guess I should stop going off-road then. I should actually try racing, huh? Right? It's like they have a... It's like this is a professional racing game or something like that. Clean air and track, no getting boxed in. I call BS you had 2 wheels on track. Depends on how much of the car was on the track itself, right? You'd have to take that to replay. I'm sure there's like a certain percentage that you have to be on the track to qualify as being on track. Maybe it's like the whole spirit of the rules thing, right? Even if you are technically not breaking the rules, if you aren't following the spirit of the rules, they might ding you anyway. You know, trying to lure your way through this race. It's all about, you know, skills and staying to regulation. At least it's not as strict as an F1. And thank goodness for that. I know Grid is like perhaps a bit more, you know, it's got like some sim elements to it, but it's not like very, very simmy. If that makes sense. I should say that I also kind of like the handling model in this. It feels... Wait, third? Oh, it's because I got the penalties and stuff, right. That probably tracks. Following penalties have been applied. 3 seconds, yeah. Thankfully, that did not cause a reduction in my winnings. Okay, yeah, so seriously, don't go off track. That ended up almost costing me. Well, it did cost me. It cost me 2 positions, so, you know. I'll still probably be in podium at least, but won't be as much of a podium finish. Well, that's how it be, right? Lessons learned. You just, you know, you take the hit now, and you learn from it. And then maybe next time it will go better. On the upside, Gia Speed and his Audi didn't win. Yeah. Ooh, okay. Got some accolade. No damage. Finished the race without suffering any damage. Yep, totally earned that one. Team win bonus. Ensure your team finishes in first place in the event. Let's go. Finish 3rd or above. Okay, so might have to go back to that other event on my own time and maybe nab the cosmetics from that. Heh. It's all thanks to me and my teammate. Ha! Okay, so different icon when you manage to hit the podium. Oh, okay. So they start tightening the requirements too. You start finishing third or above, and now you have to finish first or second. I'm guessing these final few races are going to be like, nope, you just got to win. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Okay, I'm going to go back in here because I need to turn off vibration somehow. If I can do that. Here we go. Vibration disabled. I'm going to apply. I read that as fat face, not fat lace. Ooh. Okay. Now that vibration is off. We're going to Barcelona. Oh, it's a 1 round. I assume these events will get longer as we get further into the track. Track. The discipline track. It's like quite a contrast to the other racing games I played, at least for now, right? Like where to have like 4 or 5 races, this one's like, nah, you just pick one and you're kind of like in and out, right? Thankfully, it's not like the Rick and Morty meme where you're like in complete agony 20 minutes later. Oh, we are taken to the streets.
Well, Alex, we've been here before, and so have some of the races out there too. I've seen them post some absolutely insane times here, so we should be seeing something that is next level in just a moment.
Kristen with all the knowledge. We'll be back soon for the start of the race, and what a race it's set to be.
That sounded like generic commentary. Of course, being race 1, they don't have any information to go with, so just put something in there. That tight street section looks rough. I look forward to it. Wow, you were awfully close to the wall there. And again, I guess that's just according to the race line. Hey, on the bright side, less opportunity for me to go off track, right? Right? Oh, man. That's, yeah. Whew. A little rough there. Oh, wow. Lap time 30 seconds, so this is a very short track indeed. Eighth. I'll take it. Oh, yeah. It is a super sprint. Makes sense. Sponsored by Falcon. Falcon! I'm gonna Falcon punch at everyone in front of me. I do like how if you interrupt a line, they have like a bunch of lines to go there. Oh, wait. Oh, I've been told that stuff is about to start here. We'll take you to the streets. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I can skip. And we're off! 6 laps. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a very short track. I mean, this will get me more bravery XP, so I'm not too bothered about it. Back just in time for the race. I hate it when that happens live, right? You're just about to hit an exciting point, and then like, oh man, we got to go to a commercial break, and just like, oh boy, we hope we don't miss anything good. And usually, if they go back and something exciting happens, they're like, yeah, don't worry, we got you some replays right here. It's okay. It's okay. I got 4 more laps. Yeah, slingshot, baby. I see Giuseppe is once again my aggressor, my nemesis.
Lap 3 now. Let's take the lead.
Adverts followed by an hour of pundits chatting garbage like they're experts. Yeah, some folks are better at it than others. It is fun sometimes when you get like the right combination of hosts, and they get like that sort of frenemy style banter.
Okay, you're halfway through the race.
Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Etc., etc. I do like the sound design of the announcers, though. It kind of feels like you're there on the on the track. I think I said that already, but you know, they haven't slacked in that department at least. Got to make sure they don't get ahead of me. Good thing these barriers are super duper durable. Makes me want to go to a race event again.
Last lap, so hold the lead through to the end now.
Might be fun to check out once or twice, I bet. Maybe I'll do that someday. My brother's gone to a few, and he seems to enjoy it every time, so... Oh my god. Don't you dare! A fun day out, I can imagine. Man, got a little extra aggressive there at the finish, but hey, managed to hold. I managed to hold. That's what matters. Hey, for one off, that wasn't so bad. Make a road trip of it on the journey down with friends. Yeah, that's like any sort of faraway event, right? Race day makes sense, but, you know, you can do that for things like cons or just like going on a vacation or like a concert, things like that. It's all good stuff. Yeah. Head of the pack once again. Wow. Poor Romano got like a drop 2 positions. It's what their quest for vengeance got him. So I guess the way progression works is that you complete one of the next 2, and then the next 2 will unlock, and you can kind of just do each one in the next several pairs until you get to the last one. Oh, it says here complete 10, so... Yeah, you don't need to do all of them, you just need to do... most of them. Alright, let's go to the Sydney Sprint Cup. Oh! Super Tours, okay. These are like way more expensive cars also. We have the Chevrolet, the Ford, and the Holden. I mean, they're all pretty similar in price, so... I'll go with Holden, actually. Just the one con for me this year, I'm trying to save for a new house to buy. Ah! Owning a house. Yeah. Oh, that's gotta be pretty exciting. I hope you get a good one. Yeah. No, my parents have been on me about, hey, why haven't you gotten a house? And like, man, I tried getting a house. Tried getting one like a couple years ago, but suddenly just lost my job all of a sudden. So like, you know, I had to put that on hold, and I've been spending the past few years trying to climb my way back up. It's like, stuff takes time, man.
Hello, and thank you for joining us.
Looking for a farm type place so I have room for a proper garage and stuff. Yeah, that's understandable. Not easy getting on the property ladder. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? Even if you look for something like super duper cheap, it's not quite there, right? Especially with the way housing prices have just gone up. People have been saying for a while, it's very much a seller's market. Probably doesn't help that a lot more opportunistic folks are scooping up property so they can convert them into, you know, like Airbnb style temporary stays. Like, even fixer-uppers aren't that cheap now. Yeah. And just imagine the time and money and resources you have to put in to kind of put it into a livable state. Yeah. If I were to find a house, I'd probably like it in a suburb. I know people rail against suburbs a lot, but I feel like that's kind of the place I want to be. Sort of the perfect middle ground between, you know, hustle bustle activity and kind of a bit more quietness. This place was a total wreck when I got it. Yeah. I mean, on the one hand, yeah, you're gonna have to put in a lot of time and everything to get it fixed up. But once you get it to that spot, it feels nice. I can imagine, right? You just look back and look upon your work, and then you get to kind of reap the rewards of it because hey, you're living there.
Hello and welcome to today's event. Kristen, what have we got in store here?
Yeah, Alex,
Old Victorian house, dry rot, fireplaces in every room. Oh man. 1895 it was built. Ooh. Yeah, that would require a lot of upkeep to kind of bring it up to modern standards, I imagine. Didn't even have an indoor bathroom. Oh, yeah, that... Well, it was an 1800s house. Kind of house where outhouse was out in the backyard. So getting up in the middle of the night to go, just like, especially during winter, probably not very pleasant. Alright, gotta remember, stay on the inside of the track. Stay in the track. They will ding me otherwise. Too bad it's not like Grid 2, where they'll just hit you with a speed penalty. Just immediately slow you down right there. I guess time penalties just makes... it's more reasonable. Lap 2 already.
Leading the race.
I think I had some cousins who back in the day were kind of big into the whole home renovation stuff. Like, I think the first two places that they moved into required a lot of fixing and upping to kind of get it into a livable state. So they would always like regale us of tales of how they would like move out the old stuff, bring in the new stuff, and have to, you know, make sure things are up to code and all that. You thinking of something in the village or something with good transport networks? Yeah! Could be something with good public transportation. There was one place I lived in a couple years back that had like a wonderful public transit. It's like
Hold the lead. Last lap.
bus routes that got you to a lot of places, a train network too that you could hop onto if you really needed to. It was really nice. It was really nice. Right, if you needed to go out to the mall, then yeah, they had a route that you could that would take you out there. If you needed to get inside the city for some reason or another, you could do that. And if you needed to, say, get to another part of you need to go like a really long way, you could probably do that too. It is great when you manage to find yourself a good area, right? One that kind of hits all the needs you need. Because it had like a pretty decent downtown area as well. Right? It's like one that's active enough during the day, but not overly active, right? You're not going to be hearing stuff like noise at night or anything like that, so that was like pretty cool. Sounds a bit like my current house. End of the road has options for many buses. It's only like a 10-minute bus ride into the town center. Oh, that sounds wonderful. Wait, what? And somehow this was a team second? What? Yeah, come on, man. What are you doing? Oh well, I mean, we'll still get the rewards either way, so not a complete loss. Hey, I didn't get any penalties that time. I'm learning. Right. Stay on the track. Oh, that was the first. Some reason I thought that was like the last one. That's okay. All right, we can make this up. We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll all be decided. Kristen, tell...
I feel like that dialogue will eventually begin to repeat itself. It's nice, right? I do appreciate that they put in a bunch of lines, but you know, sometimes you just want to get to the racing. This looks like the target time is a minute. I guess one way I can count my blessings is that even though I did take like lots of public transport, lots of buses, lots of train rides, I never encountered anything like major. At the very least, no big altercations, I guess I should say. Right? The worst that's usually happened is that, you know, the route gets like massively delayed one reason or another, which kind of sucks, but you know, it's its own form of suckage. It's not, hey, there's a big fight happening or something like that. Like, the worst I've encountered in that case is maybe someone who just like kind of, you know, they just walk onto the train and just like talking to themselves real aggressive, like they're like, I'm gonna take them out. They're gonna get what's coming to them. They'll just kept talking to themselves like that. It was like a degree of aggression to which that the people they sat next to were getting a little unsettled, and they moved seats. They were just like, I don't want to be near you. They just got up and moved. Thankfully, there were other empty seats on the train, but oh man, that's the closest I've gotten. Thankfully, hopefully, I'm hoping that no one else has experienced anything worse. As you know, that's never a pleasant thing. Used to see a lot of scuffles and fights on the night bus after a night out. Oh. Well, that probably makes more sense, right? All hopped up, probably drunk off their rocker. Maybe high on, maybe little, got a lot of adrenaline running through their bodies. But yeah, just, that's gotta be a frightening feeling. We see a fight break out and just thinking, oh boy, I hope this gets sorted out, right? Either they sort it out or someone else comes to sort it out. One way or another, before it gets to be too much.
Keeping up with the pace. Teammate is near the back of the pack.
School kids are the worst. Shouting and effing and jeffing, just total antisocial. Yeah. Oh boy. I'm gonna try that again. Well, I remember reading before that, you know, kids maybe aren't, like, you know, they don't have their systems fully developed, so one of the things they do lack is, like, you know, some sort of sense of impulse control, or at least a way to kind of think about the consequences of their actions, right? That's why usually people say kids tend to be more impulsive, right? They think about the now. They just think about, hey, why don't I just do this thing? And they don't quite think about, yeah, what happens after I do this thing? What's the potential fallout for me doing this thing? Right, they just roll with it, no matter what. And good luck getting them to give up a seat for you. I'm sorry you had some bad experiences. And it always sucks when you try to, you know, go about your day, and someone just decides, hey, I'm gonna make your life miserable for no reason, even if I've never met you before. Second place, you know what? I'll take it. Still a high finish. Nick Whittle, still in the middle of the pack. Looks like, yep, solid second. Alright. You know what? I'll take it. Doesn't seem like they have any sort of distinction between, you know, finishing first and finishing within the requirements, so we'll just go with, they give you. Mind you, I would let buses go if they were busy. I hate that feeling of being crammed in and in my personal space. I get that feel. Feel claustrophobic. It reminds me of the one image I saw online where, you know, you get like that whole line of urinals, and you know the person's on one of them, and all the others are open, and this other guy just walks in and like, yeah, I'm gonna go pick the urinal next to this other guy. When you could have your pick of, like, literally any other urinal. They just gotta make things awkward. Huh. Still first. Well, I guess it's a personal first. There we go, another three events opened up. Huh. So they gave us like a preview of the Super Tours? Yeah, the Fat Lace. Yeah, this is the one. I was like, oh wait, this is... Oh, Fat Lace, not like Fat Ace, or Fat Face. Yeah, the way the letters are kind of together like that makes it Makes it a little confusing. And there's like not even a distinction. It's just melded together. Man, I miss the old designs of logos that were like all fanciful and stuff. Now it seems like everyone's going for that minimalist style, where it's maybe just like, you know, something that looks like you could just like type out in 5 seconds on a photo editing software, or like even maybe not even that. You could just like type it on PowerPoint or something. It's kind of funny because a lot of stories I read about bad clients are the ones who do try to put stuff together, go like, oh man, why don't you go design things in PowerPoint? Don't like how a lot of famous logos have changed. Yeah, like I get that some people might not like something that looks too over-designed, but I think there's like also such thing as being too under-designed. Like if you start like, you know, cutting out too much, it's just a word, and I don't know, that can be a little boring. Like it's nice to have like some symbols or, you know, a bit more detailed design on there, right? Pringles guys looks awful without the brown mustache. Oh man, they shaved him? They shaved his face? Oh man. The Kia logo looks terrible. I guess Grid kind of went in the opposite direction a little bit. So if I remember correctly, Grid 1 and 2 just had like... I mean, it was a little stylized, but... I can see 2019... You know, gave the logo a bit of wear and tear, and also had like a stylized rectangle around the logo, so there's at least something to it. They changed it to all black, no definition. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's like, I think there were like some other companies that did that as well. I think my biggest reference has to be like video game companies. I've seen many of them kind of. Right, they have like, you know, cool looking logos, and it's just like keeps on getting more minimized. Where eventually it's just like kind of like a word, right? A word on the background. I don't know. Hopefully we'll see like a pendulum effect where it'll swing back in the other direction. We'll see like maybe a company come out with a bit more fanciful logo, and we'll see them just come out with like more and more detailed logos until we're back to the glory days of logos. Or maybe I'm looking in the wrong spot, right? Maybe we shouldn't be looking to companies to bring back the fanciful logos. We should just check out vtubers, because I see that they've managed to embrace the whole fanciful logo kind of deal, right? It's like most of them have a lot of details to them. You could say maybe some of them are like over-designed, maybe a bit too complicated, but I think some others managed to do it pretty well with some of their appearances. The hidden messages and stuff that some had, oh yeah. Like how the Amazon logo has an arrow pointing from A to Z to say that, yeah, we got all the products on our site, and things like that. I only remember that because I think Late Show with Stephen Colbert had like a segment where they were doing parodies of that. They were like, oh yeah, here's some other companies that have hidden meanings in their logos. FedEx with the arrow, yeah. I like that too, right? Just a little extra detail in the logo to... Right, just maybe a bit more of a boast about the company, or a little bit more about what your company does. The Fat Guy Pepsi logo. Although that has like its own share of fun stories. Like a website I go to will talk about like various clients. You know, the graphic designers who get hired by various clients for logos. And then the client will say something like, yeah, I want my logos to have like explosions and a puppy, and an alligator,
Final lap.
and like a
That lead intact.
jet plane with a shark on the nose, and then the designer will say something like, "Yeah, but your company is a plumbing company. What does that have to do with the plumbing company?" And they're like, "Who cares? I just want all that because it'll be like real cool and stuff." Yeah, I understand. There's a it can be, there is a such thing as going too far in the other direction, where your logo just like does not fit the kind of business you're aiming for at all. But yeah, the collar in Wendy's spells out mom in cursive, the 31 in Baskin Robbins. And there's probably other logos out there that have like the year they were founded, things like that. Ooh, 97,000. Jeez. It's probably just like a feelings thing, but it does feel like the loading screens kind of last just as long as the races in this game. It does take a little bit to kind of get to the next screen here. Alright. Oh, this is a 4-round race. Oh, wow. They kind of jumped. You had your 1 and 2 rounders, a little warm up, and now here's your series proper. Or maybe it'll be funny if this... I should check the other ones. I should see how many rounds they are. We'll see if this is just a standard, if that's now the standard, or if this is just like a kind of a special circumstance. They wanted to mix things up here.
Kristen, a pleasure as always to be in your company. And if you didn't know Kristen, everybody, she is a 2-time world time attack champion, as well as a
Time attack?
touring car driver.
Ooh, I wonder if they'll have like different sets of announcers for the different disciplines. So we get these two folks for touring, and then once we hit the next discipline, we'll get like a different set of hosts. That would be pretty cool. Be a bit flavorful as well. Hey! Oh, okay. I smoked them times. I know it's on easy, but still. San Francisco, Short Circuit B. Okay, so I have like different locales and, of course, different track configurations.
City by the bay, but today San Francisco is hosting a street circuit like no other. Kristen, any advice for the drivers out there?
Look, Alex, you've really got to be wary of
Not sure if one leads to the other.
straights here. Danger pretty much always waits for you at the end. Remember, these corners were never built for taking at high speed. They are tight, and they'll punish anyone that doesn't think braking is important.
Well, it could either be an amazing display of skill and control, or it could be carnage. Either way, let's get ready, San Francisco. It's gonna be one to remember.
It'll be one to remember. Hopefully it'll be a good remember and not a bad remember. do like how they say, yeah, these streets were never meant to be taken at high speeds, and like, yeah, that makes sense, considering that on a normal day you probably wouldn't be driving through San Francisco at like 80 to 90 miles per hour. Does not seem like a thing that would be happening, unless you were like, you know, in a chase scene. That'd be like the one time where it makes sense. It'd be like speed. If you go under 60 miles per hour, your vehicle will explode. From the looks of it, it looks like Grid 2019 will just be all races. Or maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe the other tracks will introduce other race types. I did like that in Grid 2. They had like different kinds of events, even if it all kind of just boiled down to, hey, be first. The different ways with which you know, they calculated the firstness of everything.
Hold the lead. Last lap.
Was a nice touch. And they did have the drift events too, which were, yeah, it was a change of pace. And 2Gay was a fun one too. So it seems like so far Grid 2019 is just all circuit race all the time. Oh, and the special overtake events were like pretty fun too. It was like their take on traffic attack. That was like pretty neat. Yeah, drift finish. Wow, I took out 1,500 Gs for that. I had to look that fat lace up to see what they do. Oh, man, it's like a actual company. I mean, with track. I did notice that this game is not making us, like, select sponsors. You know, admittedly, it was just, like, all experience bonuses in Grid 2, and I think... I'm sure Grid 1 didn't have, like, you know, performance-related things related to that, so... Men's fashion. Really? I mean, I guess it would make sense that you see, like, outside companies kind of lend their name to a series, but it's just funny to think about. Yes, fashion. So I'm guessing they're very square fashions, right? Considering the track is a very square track. I'm just kidding. For the sounds of it, it sounds like they do like high-end clothing. I imagine like, you know, suits and tuxedos, and that kind of stuff.
Tell me something about this circuit. What have our drivers got in store today?
What an absolute classic location. I love it here. Plenty of
Barcelona.
subsurface changes, and those long, fast corners make it a super speedy and satisfying drive.
Absolutely, Kristen. It should be another exciting race here at the Grid World Series. The crowd are absolutely electric and eager for this to get underway.
As soon as I go through my qualifying lap, I get the feeling they're like Abercrombie and Fitch. Yeah, something like that. Just like super high-end fashion. Something us normies would never see, at least not on a regular day. Actually, it reminds me of the one time I was just like out in a shopping mall, and I decided to walk into a store, right? Because I just wanted to explore some places, and I guess I must have walked into like a super high-end store, because I was like looking at the prices and stuff, and they were like triple digits, right? Triple digits for something like a button-up shirt. And I'm like, oh boy. And I think I must have realized something else was off, because I had like an associate come by and was like, "Hey, can I help you at all, sir?" And here I was, you know, just in my cargo pants and a big heavy coat. I'm just like sticking out like a sore thumb, right? like the kind of clientele that probably you would not regularly see at a high-end store like that. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm just looking around. Don't worry. Right. I didn't stick around there for much longer because yeah, the stuff was priced out of my range, and I get the feeling they probably thought I was suspicious or sus, as the kids would put it. Oof, 13th. Man, that's rough. I'm gonna be fighting my way up to the front here. I've had that too. Yeah, I don't know. It's a feels bad moment. It's just like, I'm just here to browse. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm not doing anything else. Honest. You know what's better than, like, having special dialogue when the player interrupts or something? It's when they have, like, some way to return to the original conversation. I remember seeing that in, like, Uncharted 4. Right? Especially in, like, the open world section where your characters will just, like, banter. And when they're driving around the open world section in their Jeep, and when you disembark, they're like, yeah, hold on to that thought. We gotta check out this thing. Right, you go do your thing at the point of interest, and then you get back into the Jeep, and they're like, now where was I? And they just continue, they just like get back into that line of conversation they were on before. It's a nice touch. And, right, not only for making sure you don't miss out on that incidental dialogue that might flesh out their characters, but also you know, make it feel more natural that way too, right? They're like, now where was I? Ah, yes, and then they just go right back into the original conversation. That's real nice. Or there's a thing Spider-Man does. The Spider-Man, Marvel Spider-Man on the PlayStation games, where Spider-Man actually has like 2 different versions of the lines he says. Like have a regular version of the line where you know, he just speaks normally. This is the one they'll have when he's just like standing around or just walking, not doing anything intense. They have like another version of the line where, you know, he'll sound like he's like, you know, doing some exertion, right? Like he's like swinging on the web or something like that. It has a different version of that line. And they'll kind of segue between the two depending on whatever Spider-Man's doing at the moment. And I thought, man, that's like an attention to detail. You know, most people probably won't notice or care about, but when you hear about that they did that, like, man,
Right, you're on the final lap. Push to the front.
can appreciate they put that effort in, right? Just to make everything that more immersive. Yeah, it's the little details that matter, exactly. You like, that's like real cool when they focus in on that kind of stuff. Oh, can I try that again? No, along the lines of that, it's like when games acknowledge kind of like uncommon player actions. They're like, hey, yeah, wow, can't believe you would actually try doing that thing, and we're gonna acknowledge that you did it. Like, I think there's like Metroid Fusion where you could actually like skip a section of the game if you like did a special technique, and if you managed to like reach the next checkpoint by doing that, they'll acknowledge that, hey, wow, you must have done that special technique to kind of, you know, help get you through that skip. Or like all the Super Giant games where they'll have like a million different dialogue lines depending on what you did, right? Even if you do a thing that most players won't do, they'll have some sort of line that acknowledges you did it. Like in Hades, I think, what there was the one thing where like the boss of the first area, Megara, will go something like, man, the only reason you've been able to kick my butt is because you got like all these extra boons and stuff from the gods and stuff. So, you know, next run, if you decide to dial go back to your base form, and she'll actually acknowledge that. You'll be like, huh, I can't believe you actually listened to me. Stuff like that, right? Again, the little details. It's fun, right? It's fun to see. Oh, are they gonna call me out on this? And sometimes they do, and that's fun. Yeah, that and the devs hiding Easter eggs for those of us that explore levels. Yeah, little special statue or sign or something. I always like it when they have like something out of bounds, right? Something in out of bounds area. Usually something that says, "Hey, you shouldn't be here." I think there was like something like that in PlayStation Home, rest in peace PlayStation Home, where if you like go to your first apartment and you kind of manage to go out of bounds there, you'll find like a plaque or something that has kind of like "you shouldn't be here" inscribed on it. Yes, things like that tend to be fun. Or in Halo. Halo has like a ton of those moments. Like in the final level of Halo 1, you can find that grunt that like talks about the food nipple. I think it was like Halo 3 that had like the red versus blue skit recreated by Conan O'Brien and I forget who the other guy was. See a lot of that in American Truck Simulator. Lots of out of bounds stuff and hidden messages. Yeah, that's the kind of thing you would expect it, right? Some sort of thing that it's a little fun thing to have for anyone who might be crafty enough to, you know, break out of there. It's actually like a pretty cool series of videos on YouTube that focuses entirely on that, where they'll like take a level environment and they'll just like go outside of it, so you can kind of see the entirety of the level from the outside looking in. It's kind of fun, right? It's like getting a behind the scenes look. It's like, oh yeah, so this is what the developers look at, right? You know, maybe you'll get a glimpse of, hey, oh, so they have like some extra things out here, or maybe they'll have like a random model outside. Like I think it was like Team Fortress 2. Right, I think it was like one of the maps has some sort of model outside the boundaries of the level, and they have it there because if they remove it, the entire map just like crashes or something like that. They don't know why that's the case. It's just that they just have to have it there. Can't remove it. It's gonna be absolute crisis. It's gonna be a calamity if they do. Oh no, Webb, how dare you! Get back here, you son of a... Oh, I almost thought they were going to become my nemesis for a moment there. Out of my way! It's a good thing this isn't Forza Motorsport. One of those is an LED roadwork sign that says, "Congrats on finding this sign. There's nothing here, but you're a great person. I hope you have an even greater day." Aw, ain't that uplifting? Again, the little things, right? The details.
Good start. Hold the lead.
Yeah, Super Mario Odyssey was like, kind of like pretty good on that too. Where they'll have like a moon just like hidden behind every nook and cranny you can think of. It's like, oh hey, here's a side path, and you decide, hey, I want to explore this side path, and then at the end of the side path is like a moon. Like, Yes, we thought you would come out here, have a moon for all your troubles. Nice touch. You're passing I-30 in California, you'll see a tugboat pulling a huge oversized rubber duck. Ah, yeah. Things like that, too. Something that just reminds you, haha, this is a video game.
Final lap. Keep that lead intact.
I do like that, too, when, you know, the games that are more realistic do have the slightly more absurd things like that. Like, one I can remember is Payday and their grilled cheese sandwich. I forget. I think like there was some sort of bug where it would like make the grilled cheese sandwich absolutely gigantic, and then the devs decide, yeah, we'll just leave that in because that's way too freaking hilarious. And this just ended up being its own meme. There's some other fun Easter eggs that you can think of. Oh, and the Ratchet and Clank games, they always have the Snow Dan. Always have like a snow person with the face of Dan, who has since passed away, rest in peace, but I always like that. In the older games, each game would have the Snow Dan hidden somewhere within the game, and it was just fun having to go out of your way to try to find it, because usually there was a skill point tied to it. Or Hitman, I remember. Hitman has a lot of fun Easter eggs. My favorite one, I think, has to be in Marrakesh, where you can, like, dismiss all the guards, or at least enough of them, or certain ones. And if you go to, like, a radio, they'll actually have a prompt that says, "Commence dance-off," which will just make music play, and you get to see all the guards that are on break just start dancing. Right, something that's, like, really, really silly, but just really fun, right? If you manage to spot it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and as you complete the ones up here, then you got the invitational open up down here. And then, you know, once you get the right ones, you get to do the showdown, the invitational showdown. Hey, Sunoco! That's a gas company, so this actually makes sense within the context of this racing game here. Night Endurance. Oh, it's a 4-lapper. Oh! 4 miles of track, but it is 1 round, so we're gonna be on here for a little bit. I wonder if they have the Le Mans in here. Wonder if that's like an extra long race.
But we're ready for the smell of burnt rubber. Kristen, what are your thoughts?
Burnt rubber.
There's some absolute powerhouse vehicles out there. Loud, fast, and
Sorry, I just want to get to the race. See what the target time is. Oh, 2 minutes 15 seconds, so yeah, despite being 4 miles, still fairly short lap, fairly short race. Which means the final race will be at most 9 minutes. Well, ideally it would be 9 minutes. She'll be going up the mountain when she comes. She'll be going up the mountain when she comes. Nah, I know she'll be going round the mountain, not up the mountain. If I remember correctly, this this particular track was in previous Grid games. Distinctly remember this part here. Yeah, here's the rocky section that I always messed myself up on because I don't brake. Ooh, that was a long drift. Oh yeah! Yeah, I remember this part. This is the part where I did my, Fresh Prince of Grid Air short. Yeah. I think I would connect it to that. Just a thing that happened to me personally and not like, you know, something related to the location itself in real life. Yeah, I think this is like the dam area, right? I remember in Metal Gear Solid, the game would read your memory card for other Konami games. Psychomantis would call you out like, "You like Castlevania, don't you?" Oh, right, yeah. Metal Gear was kind of full of those kinds of Easter eggs where they'll... yeah, just acknowledge you doing various things. That was also the boss fight where he would, like, blatantly mind read you. And one way you could thwart him was switching your controller port. Like, if you switch the controller to the Player 2 port, he would suddenly be a lot more manageable. Yeah. And then, was it like in the Twin Snakes version, they changed the lines he would say because you were on the GameCube, so different sets of games he could draw from there. Yeah. I forget, wasn't there like a boss that you could also defeat by just like advancing the time? Like if you didn't want to try to fight him normally, you could just like fast forward the clock by like a week and he would just die. Okay, I did the qualifying lap. A bit like how Monica reads a computer profile when you talk to her at the end. Yeah. In Doki Doki. Ah, yeah. Yeah, and if you were streaming, she actually didn't read your profile name because, you know, it might be your actual name. She'd be like, "Ah, man, why are you streaming to an audience?" Yeah. I remember reading about that. If I remember correctly, she also had, like, a special jump scare for those who were actually, if you were actually streaming the game, which is like, well, yeah. Could detect your webcam too. Oh man. It's like how the Bravely Default and Bravely Second made heavy use of the 3DS camera. And all the AR stuff, too. I kind of remember being surprised the first time by it, when I like, started up Bravely Default for the first time, and they're like, "Alright, now place down the AR card here," and it suddenly just went straight to the opening. I'm like, wait, whoa! Oh my god, this Agnes is actually, like, speaking to me. What's going on here? And then the myriad other ways in which they broke the fourth wall in that game was just... whew! It's right in half, that game. Makes you wonder how Bravely Default 2 goes meta. Because, you know, they didn't have all the fancy 3DS AR / camera stuff to kind of break the fourth wall there. That would be a cool thing to have in FNAF games. Oh man, yeah. If you weren't frightened enough already.
first lap, you're leading the race.
Hey, could you imagine that? Just like pop out in your view, you just start like moving yourself around, and you see like the character on screen just start moving around to try to match your movements. Like, ah, what are you doing? Ah! You know, pivotal cutscene where it's like, oh, they're showing some footage, and and then they're like, oh wait, that's my webcam footage. Ah! There's probably some hoops you have to jump through for that, though. Can imagine some people will be understandably a lot more freaked out if their game was utilizing their webcam some way or another. Probably need to have like some sort of warning on there. Hey, this game has some parts of it where it'll need the webcam for parts of it. And maybe some way to turn that off too, if you know, people don't want that. Spooky enough with the FNAF AR game, those animatronics look scary as hell in VR. I bet they do. It's like one thing to see them on the screen, it's another thing to feel like they're right there with you. Like that full 360 view, and they're just like right there. Like, ah, man. Actually reminds me of a video I saw right when VR first came out. People were like checking out some of the games you could play on there, and one of them, you know, they were doing their thing and they accidentally like put their head through a wall, and that like reeled back a bit. It's like, oh man, that did not feel good, right? It's like your mind says, oh, this thing is gonna happen, and then this other thing happens, and it's like, ooh. Wires get crossed, and you just, right, you just like, woof. doesn't feel right.
You're through the halfway point.
I do like how they have a halfway progress acknowledgement. Way more drifting than normally would be in a regular race. Yeah, I did clip. And by clip I mean, you know, just brush a barrier, right? Not the other kind of clip where you're recording a quick video, or you're cutting like a really quick video off the longer stream. Yeah. Been in this streaming game long enough where I can actually use the other definition of clip in my conversations. Seen so many fail vids of folk getting KO'd by VR players, or they face plant into the TV. Ow, yeah. It's like they don't realize where they are, and they end up causing damage to their real life setup. I think I was actually like witness to one of those once, where the guy was doing like kind of like a VR bar brawl game, and they accidentally punched the wall really hard. I think they like actually injured their hand from it. I'm like, oh dear. Right, you just hear it like, oh no, that didn't sound very good. And they were like, oh no, ow, this really hurts, man. Oh geez.
So hold the lead through to the end now.
Yeah. Guess that's the kind of thing you gotta be watchful for. It's like, make sure you clear out a wide space if you're gonna do any VR stuff. Or any sort of VR stuff that would require, you know, you to swing your arms around a lot. Because, yeah. You hit your limbs on the wrong thing, and you probably need to see a doctor. Because you know you're putting your whole force into it without realizing there's something there to stop you. And you know, if it happens to be the wrong kind of thing, you're probably gonna get injured or worse. Or at the very least, you'll be feeling it for a while. Be a big spike in injuries if they ever did Street Fighter VR. I think they had like something similar. If I remember correctly, I think the Switch version of Street Fighter 2 Turbo HD Remaster did have like well, I guess it wasn't VR, but they did have like the motion controls mode where you were like playing as Ryu from the first person perspective. And you did like various motions to kind of do the very special moves. And the entire goal was to kind of just like fend off the horde of slowly advancing bison dolls. It was kind of funny, right? It's more of a tech demo than anything, but you know, fun for a laugh. Nothing else. It was especially funny because they actually used like Street Fighter V assets to get it to work, right? The stage was like straight from Street Fighter V, and the models were also from Street Fighter V. Yeah, it was kind of funny seeing the Hadouken and the Tatsumaki Senpukyu from first person. Wow! 1.4 seconds. It's somehow still a second overall for the team finish. Ah well. I'll take it. I'll take it. That actually reminds me of a much older device. I remember this because I did see it out in like a retro store. It's called the Sega Activator. Right, it was like a octagonal. It was touted as kind of like the sensor bar, right? So they talked about it on the podcast. Like another guy was talking about, oh man, I remember seeing that out in the stores and thinking, oh boy, it'll be like real life. I get to actually do like fighting moves and stuff, and right in the box made it look like you could actually do fighting moves, but it was way different from what it advertised to be, right? It was a lot more different and a lot less immersive than you thought it would be. It's like I remember setting it up and thinking, oh boy, Eternal Champions is going to be so freaking rad, and then it turns out the control scheme was far different than what I thought it would be. Like, yeah, unfortunately. That's how it be. OMG, I remember that. Oh, 3-rounder. Okay, I gotta finish first or second. Oh, what the heck? Holy cow. They just jacked up the prices for this one. Then again, given the earnings that we got, and since VIP only gets 10%, it's like, yeah, it does feel like they kind of want you to go through the events in order. Although, at the very least, you only need like one car in a particular category, right? You don't have to get all of them. That's just for the collectors. If you're just looking to get through the career, you only need the one car, so just like pick your favorite. Then came all the dance mats for Dance Dance Revolution. Oh man. I had a friend who back in the day was like big into the DDR scene. Like to the point where you know, when they got the soft mats, for the home console versions of DDR, they actually had a friend who would like, you know, get them onto plywood, you know, to make them a bit more sturdy. It was great because whenever they would like come to a birthday party and they would like bring that along, they'd have their like dad come by with the truck. You see like the dance pads in the back of the truck, and you're just thinking, oh yeah, this is gonna be a fun time, right? Because you'll have like the DDR station kind of set up on one of the TVs, and people can just like come there and do their little arrow smashing thing. And yeah, that was a fun time. Cars, right? Let's pick a car. Wow, the difference between these cars is like pretty stark. I wonder if one of them is, I wonder if one of these is like a DLC car or something. All right, I'm gonna go with the Porsche. Group 5, Moby Dick. It's gonna be a white whale that I'm gonna catch here. Look at that. Boom! TC1 Specials, Europe. We're going to Brands Hatch. Indy Circuit reversed. I kind of like this scene too, where they segue from the loading screen into the race itself. It's a pretty smooth one too, right? It's like you just segue right to the car on the track. It's a cool transition. Momo, 30 sacks. But my race number is 85. Oh, whoa. This is a speedy fella. Aw, man, lap has been validated. Nope, can't have that. Alright, can I restart that? I feel like I got off on the wrong wheel there. Ah, jeez. Okay, so it's like high stats, but this thing is squirrely as all get out. Oh boy. It's like you even turn too far for a second, and this thing is just starts going all crazy like, whew. My god, that Porsche seems very squirrely. Oversteer hell. It do feel like that. I am burning through my flashbacks. Man, the target time here is like 45 seconds. It's like foot down, I'm gonna swap ends now. 15th. Well, this is the first race, so I'm wondering if I should just like back out now. Maybe just maybe you pick a less squirrely car.
How are you feeling about this one?
Look, I feel like it's taken these drivers a
Maybe we'll just be in it to win it. I can swap out the cars next event. Looks a real handful on the turns. Oh boy, that's kind of the make or break moment, right? It's kind of funny how it's like the sanctioned tracks where you have the greatest probability of, you know, doing the whole off-track thing, and then the city tracks where it's like nigh impossible to kind of go off track. Oh, jeez. Oh, boy. I mean, I get it. The speeds are high, so cars are gonna spin out. Oh, man. I'm running out of flashbacks. I gotta dial back. take it a little easy. I'm in third. I'm in okay standings. And I'm like right there. Just a little bit more, I can overtake at least one of them. Okay. Hey, got like a whole lap and change to get the first. So far, so good. Here we go. Got yourself a death box there. It's up there with an S2 BMW Isetta bubble car. Oh man.
This is the final lap, my friend.
Alright. Yeah, that's right. You got nothing on me. Nothing on this glacier. Or no, glacier doesn't. Rocket on ice? Yeah. It's kind of like that. It's like a rocket on ice. Rocket on ice. That sounds like a good name for an ice skating show. Just be like the video game Rocket the Robot, except it's a ice dancing version of it. I want to see that now. Ow. I don't remember Rocket the Robot. It was like one of the very early games by Sucker Punch on the, I think it was on the Nintendo 64, before they kind of took off with Sly Cooper, Infamous, and nuts. Why can't I remember their latest game? But yeah, the early days. Could you imagine if they just one day came out and, yeah, we're gonna bring out Rocket the Robot Remastered? I bet most people's first reaction would probably be, why? I mean, it'll probably be more likely they come out with something like, say, Infamous 1 Remastered and Infamous 2 Remastered. Or maybe even, like, give us, like, Sly Cooper Remastered. I don't know, people will probably enjoy that. Still wish they at least followed through with that movie. Back when they had that teaser. Right, like right after the Ratchet and Clank teaser, they had the Sly Cooper teaser. But didn't really follow through with that. Because I guess Ratchet and Clank was a bit too mid for their taste. Just imagine an alternate universe in which Ratchet and Clank movie was better received. And then we got the Sly Cooper movie, and they decide, hey, you know what? Let's do a Jak and Daxter movie as well. Let's get the trifecta in there. You know, while we're dreaming up of cool things, then they come out with like the Crash Bandicoot movie and a Spyro the Dragon movie. I mean, I guess at least Spyro has the Skylanders series, right? They had that. Right, even if, you know, it wasn't entirely about Spyro. At least he was in there. From the looks of things, it seems you have to drive it by feathering the throttle. Yeah, that's what it feels like. I kind of have to... I can't, like, have my finger on the trigger the whole time. I gotta let go when I want to turn. Otherwise, it'll just spin out of control. Right, it'll just spin out. One series that never got any proper love was Bubsy the Bobcat. I like those games on Mega Drive. I remember the name. I never played any games in this series, but I remember seeing that. I remember seeing the ads of it in the gaming magazines and everything. Wasn't that like the one series where they tried to do a 3D game that ended up being like so horrible? It actually became an example of like what not to do with the 3D step up for a series.
Its name is synonymous with racing. This is Silverstone. Kristen, what makes this
Yup. Yeah. Bit of a shame. Right, you're thinking like better hands. Maybe Bubsy would have that resurgence, but fortunately kind of face planted. Kind of a shame, because you just remember all the other series that made the leap to 3D with aplomb. Or at the very least managed to not completely botch it. Right? Mario 64 being the obvious example of a good update, and then Sonic Adventure doing a decent job, depending on who you ask. Or like extremely recently had Risk of Rain 2, which managed to capture what made Risk of Rain so great, Risk of Rain 1 so great in 3D. That was like pretty cool. Oh, I'm taking that again. I went way too far into the red zone there at full speed. I gotta dial that back, but like a lot. They did Sonic dirty with some of the 3D ones. The cameras were the worst. Yeah. Especially since you can imagine, the focus of 3D Sonic was like the speed, so trying to get a decent camera going that worked with the speed sections, and also maybe the slower platforming segments was orc and a half. Right, and even before, second stick being the camera was a standardized thing, it was like awful, and the camera got into a spot and just got stuck, and you're like, oh man, I need a better vantage point. We couldn't move the camera in a good spot because it kept getting stuck. Yeah, Sonic 06. I should say Sonic 06. Yeah, there we go. I swear on dredge. Oh no.
Okay, they won't be happy with that.
I've made a nemesis out of them. They're gonna be out for my blood. That's okay. If I stay ahead of them all the time, then they will never get me back, right? Speaking of which, how's my partner doing?
Your teammate is struggling at the back.
Oh no.
Listen up. Hold the lead. Last lap.
Pass left, you say? Noted. It's like driving in real life, right? You want to maintain your speed, stay on the right. If you want to start passing cars, go left. Definitely don't stay on the left lane if you just want to cruise. That's for sure. That was like one of the what one of the moms of one of my old friends did. I remember because they always said it like it was like a funny thing. They're like, yeah, I'm not like a fast driver, so if I need to be on the left lane, I'm gonna stay there at normal speed. Everyone just gotta work around me. I'm like, back then I'm like, hey, that's so funny. And these days I'm like, that's maybe not the best thing to do. Right, even if it freaks you out, even if you gotta be on the left lane, just get on the left lane when you need to be on the left lane. Don't be on there before then. What were they thinking, having that whole romantic thing with the princess and Sonic? It was just bizarre. Yeah, a lot of people have pointed that out. Certainly remember that very vividly. The public was definitely made sure no one ever forgot that. I mean, you could see the effects of it, right? Right in Sonic Unleashed, the successor. It's like, yeah, all the humans there, very much more cartoonishly proportioned, and definitely no humanoid animal romances there either. Huh. Got a proximity accolade. Cool. One thing I wish they would let us know is like where in the series we are. So they just let us know, hey, this is round 2 or 3 or something like that. That would be nice. Or maybe they do say that, I just have not noticed it. We'll see. But yeah, like even to this day, right, 17 years later, you still get people talking about, oh yeah, you remember that one time Sonic kissed a human woman? Like, yes, I do. Honestly, like, a little bit cathartic to see people kind of remark on that. Like, yes, we know. You don't have to bring it up anymore. Like, bro, That was 17 years ago. There were many, many more Sonic games released since then. Please move on! Like, I get it, it was funny, but yeah, that horse has, like, since ceased to exist. We've beyond beaten it into a pulp. No doubt there's fanfics and stuff of that. Yeah, I can imagine. Probably just need to peruse AO3 for like half a second. Or I'd say half a minute. And you'll probably get a ton of fanfics of Sonic X, Princess of Soleana. I forget what her name was. Oh, sweet, first. So we're gonna be on a good spot. Used to death like that kitty boy kisser meme. Haha, yeah. It's kind of funny, it's like this day and age. If a meme gets run into the ground, it usually gets run to the ground really, really quickly. Like, I remember when Skyrim first came out, and the whole, I used to be an adventurer like you, and then I took an arrow to the knee. It was like, hee hee hoo ha, funny. Like, for maybe, like, the first few hours or so, and then people are already going, yeah, this is gonna get old, like, this has already gotten old. It's like the life cycle of a meme is just at a much quicker pace now. At the very least, there seem to be fewer of them that just, like, penetrate the public conscious and just become, like, timeless memes. There's a few that have managed to do that. Like, I've noticed over my lifetime, there's a few. Like, the one, I think I brought this up already, but the one I'm always surprised by is, press F to pay respects. Right, that was, like, over a decade ago when that first came out. Like, Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. And it was a thing that existed only on the PC version, but, you know, people found that idea so absurd that, you know, it just became the general meme where, you know, something tragic happens, everyone goes F, right? Like, the origins of it are even kind of lost to time, too.
Good start. Hold the lead.
Like I remember talking with my cousin, because, you know, he watches his fair share of streams, too. I remember just offhandedly bringing up, yeah, it's kind of funny how even it's managed to persist even a decade later, right? It came from a Call of Duty game, and he was like, oh, really? That's where it came from? He was like, yeah, I just remember just, you know, seeing people just go, yeah, F's in chat all around. I thought that was just, like, originated from live streams, but no, it actually had its origins in a video game, and one that came out over a decade ago, in fact. Still see that in YouTube comments from time to time, yeah. It's like, even these days, right, you'll see, like, a VTuber that's, like, just, like, freshly debuted, finally get to put emotes out. You'll see some of them actually still have, like, F emotes, even if they're even if they're, like, younger than even if, like, the whole thing, right, the meme, right, the game that they took the meme from, they probably wouldn't have been able to play back then, right? Remember the whole Leroy Jenkins thing? Yeah! I remember when I was at a sleepover at my friend's house, and he was like, oh man, you see this video? It's like really hilarious, because he was like a pretty avid WoW player at that time. He was just showing it to me, and it's like, yeah, look at this raid group. They're like all prepared or stuff, and then this guy just like starts running around and just screams, Leroy Jenkins, and then it causes the raid group to get wiped. And I was like, haha, isn't that funny? Right, that one has managed to persist as well. Yeah, I remember that. Right, like, became so ingrained into the public conscious that the Leroy Jenkins became like a whole established character in the WoW trading card game, and of course countless other games making reference to that Leroy Jenkins, one way or another. I'm trying to think, are there any other memes that have kind of like stood the test of time? But still get referenced, and still people find amusing, even to this day. Maybe the Metal Gear Solid 3 salute? Like, Because, you know, even if you don't know the context, just right, you'll see like people just put out an image of the salute. Because, like, you know, it's like a general salute thing, but if you know the context of the salute, it's like all the more tragic. But yeah, I see that kind of float around here and there. Along with 07. I guess 07 is like a more general thing. I don't know if that originated from the game or not. You know, I think about it. I don't think I hear all your bass that much. I remember all your bass kind of being a thing back in the day. But yeah. I don't think people say people say that much anymore. Oh yeah, couldn't go anywhere without seeing the one simply does not, right? One simply does not walk into Mordor, and countless variations of that. I guess on a related note, and by axe, right? You'll still see people go, and by axe. I can't believe I actually skipped an event. How come I did not see Spy Plus? Anyways, let's do Spy Plus. I admit, anytime I hear potatoes, all I can think of is boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in the stew. Potatoes. Or the... Yeah, I guess you don't hear that one too much. Or, I guess the one that has completely died out. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard, and they made that silly techno remix out of it. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard. Guard. Surprise Pikachu. Oh yeah, that one. That one has almost also managed to persist. Yeah, it's just like the blank surprise. It's like used in the context of, wow, this thing that people said would happen has happened, and you are still surprised by it. Oh boy, rain. You know, normally rain tends to be grounds for an event delay or an event cancellation. I do like how you can see like some umbrellas on the sides here. It's like a nice touch. Oh, this is gonna completely tank my lap time here. Sheesh. Looks like target is 1:55. Let's see where I can start from this spot. Yeah, this is making turning a lot trickier. You know, I keep saying I need to disable that Ovaltine message. I really should just, like, do that. I should just, like, right after this stream, just, like, log into the Nightbot site and disable that message. Like, 2 weeks later, right? Christmas is... At least in, you know... Christmas has been a while back, right? New Year's has passed as well. We're approaching Valentine's Day, and still getting Nightbot saying, drink more Ovaltine! The reference is not the time for that reference anymore. Topic of references. I need to find, like, other topical references with which I can have Nightbot put out there. Context of other holidays.
And here we are for the first round, Kristen. How you feeling about this one?
The opening race, and I get
Fortunately, I can't think of any, like, memes that would be related to Valentine's Day or Easter or summer or Halloween. I could probably find something, but yeah, I'll have to do that in my own time. Rain Man. It's gotta suck, like, being caught out in a downpour. Just like going about your day and suddenly you see the raindrop and just like, oh no. It's even worse when you think, oh boy, I should have perhaps looked up the forecast this morning. Can't be the only person that had that happen to them, right? That was a pretty bad moment too. Just remember, the downpour happened as I was walking home. And once I got inside, I was soaked from head to toe. My pants completely soaked, my shirt completely soaked. My bag drenched. Thankfully, the stuff inside fared a bit better. But yeah, I just had to put everything near the radiator so I could just get it dried off in a reasonable period of time. Caught in a hoodie with no coat. Ouch. Yeah. Just like, oh man, okay. First you gotta hang them out to dry and then just go hop in the shower to give yourself a nice good clean. Wash that rain right off of you. It's funny when you think about it, washing off water with more water. But hey, you're adding soap the second time around, so makes it better, at least that way. Been there many a time. Come in like a drowned rat, change clothes, and put the wet ones in the radiator. Yeah. You get that feel. I can see you get that feel. Like my mom would always say, dry your hair, you'll catch pneumonia. My mom actually said that to me as well. It's like, yeah, don't leave your hair wet when it's cold out, because that's how you catch a cold. I mean, it makes sense when you think about it. It's like a similar reason why you wouldn't want to go outside when it's cold without a hat. Because that's how you, like, you know, you slow down your immune system and all that. Make yourself more susceptible to bugs that way.
Last lap, so hold the lead through to the end now.
Were there any other old sayings that you kind of remember your parents saying all the time? I guess it's not like necessarily something my parents said, but it's something I always did. Whenever we're in our car, right, we need like the temperature at a certain spot. What they like to do is always like over adjust the temperature control. So like, say if you wanted to turn on the heater, what they'll do is just like turn it all the way to super hot on one end and then turn it back. Like as if that's going to somehow make the temperature rise faster. Like I feel like in modern cars that's not how that works. Maybe that's how it like worked in older cars, but I feel like in modern cars they always have like a constant rate of temperature increase. So, you know, cranking it all the way into one direction really wouldn't change anything. Along with the old chestnut, don't swallow chewing gum. It'll make a web inside you, and don't eat apple seeds. A tree will grow. Oh man, my parents did also tell me, hey, don't swallow gum. And granted, the magic school bus showed me why you wouldn't want to do that. Don't make faces as the wind changes, you'll stick like that. Oh. Yeah, my parents never said the wind changes, but they'll say your face will freeze that way if you do make a funny face. Of course, we took that as a challenge. Eat your bread crust, it'll make your hair curly. Oh, see, that's the first time I've heard of that one. Interesting. It's like interesting seeing the sorts of, you know, folk tales that people kind of, you know, take as like old advice and carry into the modern day. Right, even if it's been disproven one way or another, they'll still mention it. There's also that old children's rhyme, step on a crack, break your mother's back. Which of course led to kids all over, you know, just, stepping on the solid sections of the sidewalk as much as they could. Or not, depending on what their status is with their parents. Don't put new shoes on the table, it's bad luck. See, my parents would always go, take off your shoes before you enter the house. Which, you know, yes, makes sense, because outside, it's got like, stuff on there. You don't want to track that into the house. It makes a lot less cleaning up to do. But yeah, you know, hygienic reasons aside, it's kind of funny how people would also kind of cite, hey, just don't want to do that for also reasons of luck. Or it's actually, there's something else I learned about, another superstition. Apparently, there are some people out there who won't do laundry on the first day of the new year because it's like washing away the luck for the year. I didn't realize that was a thing, right? Like, I didn't realize that people that was a tradition that some people followed. Old wives' tales, yeah, that's what some people called them. Never heard of that before, right? Like, I didn't realize that was something people believed in. Like, huh. Don't open up an umbrella inside. Oh, yeah, I've definitely had people tell me that. Parents included. Although, again, that was, like, mostly for reasons related to cleanup, because, you know, you open your umbrella, it's gonna fling water everywhere, and, like, yeah, that's makes things inconvenient for everyone else. But yeah, this is also because, you know, you get bad luck if you open it inside. Yeah, that's also alongside, don't walk under a ladder, don't break a mirror, don't cross paths with a black cat. Hanging a horseshoe upside down, all the luck falls out. Whoa! First time I've heard of that one. Interesting.
Welcome to today's event, and this is gonna be a good one. Kristen, what has the Grid World's... Okay, hold on, sorry. It looks like things are about to get underway.
Oh, I forgot I can skip that. The way you can interrupt the announcers actually reminds me of a running joke they had in the Giant Bomb quick looks, where they would when they would like do their quick looks of the sports games. The ones that had like the announcer segments, they always like to like skip past a certain person's commentary. Always get a good laugh out of that, because it was just like you hear this guy going on about their analysis of the situation, and And then they would press A, and then you hear the guy go, "Thanks, thanks, so and so." I just made him sound like a jerk because I was like, "Yeah, you interrupted them." It's like, haha, funny how that dialogue works out. If your hand itches, it means money. Left to leave, right to receive. Huh. First time I've heard of that. Although I've heard of superstitions about, you know, coins you pick up on the ground. If you, like, pick it up when it's tail side up, it's like bad luck. And if it's head side up, it'll, be good luck. See a penny, pick it up. All the day you'll have good luck. It sticks your mind even more when it rhymes. But that's just the nature of rhymes. It gives the phrase a nice sense of flow. And it gets even better if you manage to have it, like, match up to a rhythm or a meter or something like that.
Alright, listen, you've just gone past the halfway stage of the race.
That gasp you hear when you hit the barrier. Like, oh snap! We were almost in that! Of course, I imagine in real life you'd see people actually flee the barrier, but... you know, that doesn't happen here. Although, if people kind of outstretching like that... that makes me squeamish. I mean, just hope that they have the reaction time to kind of pull themselves back in if a car, you know, gets too close like that.
Listen up. Hold the lead. Last lap.
That's one I say a lot. If it's not broke, don't fix it. That's just words to live by. If it's working for you and you don't need it to be any better, then don't worry about trying to tweak it. Maintenance work, you know, that's a whole different story, but yeah. I guess a saying that's kind of along the same lines is, don't try to reinvent the wheel. I guess that's like a different thing, where it's like, yeah, if a process already exists for you to do a thing, don't try to think of another way to do it. If it's reliable enough, just use that process, right? Actually, you hear that a lot in programming, right? Just imagine people out there thinking, oh yeah, I need a function that does this particular thing, or I just need like some sort of way to arrange statements to make it do a thing. And usually someone else will go, yeah, someone else already has that. You just like get this particular library and download it and can use that function from there. Like, yeah. Again, don't reinvent the wheel. If someone else has done the legwork for you, then you can just, you know, benefit from it. It's all good. No one will think any less of you for it, unless you try to pass it off as your own.
And we're heading into the final round now.
The final round.
Tell me what's gonna happen.
Alright, target time's almost a minute 20. This should be a fun time. Streets are pretty wide, actually. I could just drive. I don't need to try to be quite as delicate. You know, except maybe at these turns here. Ah, blop. Oh man, that was a pretty big hit. If I had damage modeling, that would probably affect my steering some way or another. If someone is one of those that talks at you, I'm like, they could talk a glass eye to sleep. Oh, that's a fun turn of phrase. Oh man, that water spray. Oh, I see. They must have something set up for that. It's like a device of some sort. Yeah. Fortunately, I can't think of any turns of phrases that I say regularly. It feels like whatever catchphrases I might have seem to rotate like every few months. It's just like whatever happens to stick in my mind at the moment, and then I just repeat it for a little while until something else manages to stick in my mind, and I just repeat that for the next few months and stuff. Rinse and repeat, and you know, just go on and on like that. Can't think of anything that I could specifically attribute to myself in the long run. I found that if I'm talking about something I have a lot of passion about, I talk with my hands a lot. Oh! You too, huh? I feel like I do that sometimes too. When I get like super excited, I start waving about excitedly. You'll see that in like some other folks too, where you know they'll do certain hand motions when they say certain things, and it's kind of funny to look at. There's like an old teacher of mine. I think she taught physics, and she was very much one of those you know, movement type speakers where she very animatedly kind of walk around the room as she was kind of demonstrating things about physics. It made the class very memorable. That's for sure. The little idioms you pick up with people, yeah. I feel like that happens to me too sometimes. I'll like hang around the person enough times and I realize I start picking up like some of their catchphrases as well. Anything like that happen to you? Just like realize you start saying something a lot because you hear someone else say it a lot. I think there's like a particular streamer I watch who frequently says like, here's the deal and here's the thing. And I realize I find myself thinking about that a lot more often, where I'll kind of like start saying like, here's the deal or here's the thing because I kind of picked it up from them a lot. Like, oh, a sign that you've kind of watched them a lot. A streamer fan of mine, I've picked up his "What is going on here?" Yeah, things like that. Hey, overall first this time. Let's go. Or, okay, okay, there's another one actually, remember now. Yakuza 0. I've started, like, using the word rad, like, semi-frequently in my talks after watching Yakuza 0. Because, right, it's like, the parts where Kiryu picks up a new fighting style, he'll always say, "That's rad," or that's what they translate the line to, right? He obviously says something else in Japanese, but they translate it to "That's rad," and it's just like something that's so funny, right? It's like a word that you wouldn't expect a stoic guy like Kiryu to say, but it's like, that's rad. So I actually use the word rad, right? Sometimes I actually say like, "That's rad," sometimes when something cool happens, right? Like, "Oh man, I got first. That's rad." Oh man, there's 5 more series to go. Let's see. 3 rounds, 4 rounds, 4 rounds, 1 round. Okay, so the back part of this might be a bit. Okay, this was the Porsche I was having trouble with, so I wonder how much these sell for, because I think I got all my money back from that. Let's just go ahead and purchase this. I love it when games do that, when you can just like sell a thing you have for full price. Makes the money feel more like an experience system. It's like, yeah, if you play this game long enough, you'll be able to get everything, and you can just swap them out as needed. You don't need to have all the cars at once. You just need to have enough to get the one car you want, and then you can slowly expand your garage from there. When something bad happens, I've picked up, you have got to be kidding me, from somewhere.
How you feeling about this one?
The opening race.
That feels like something like out of a kid's show. You just imagine Kid walking into something unbelievable. You've got to be kidding me. Ooh, wow, look at this wide car. Wide car is wide. Oh man, now that's a meme that I have not thought about for a while. It's like descriptor cat is descriptor, long cat is long. Got those big birthing hips. Like, this car looks super short as well. I cannot imagine this being a very comfortable car to sit in. Like, holy crap. It's gotta be, like, impossible to be in if you're a really tall person. Or even if you're, like, a moderately tall person. This would be, like, something like, yeah, I'll just wait for the next car. Thanks. Or as I would say, that's a chonky boy. Oh, yeah, chonky. That's a term I'm seeing quite a bit. When there's like a big thing going around, it's like, oh yeah, that's a chonky one. Or I guess big. I've seen that spelled two ways, right? It's either B-E-E-G or B-I-G-H. Well, I think B-I-G-H is just like a more specific thing. I see B-E-G a lot more if I see just an intentional misspelling of big. I can imagine you're pretty much laying down in that with it being so low. Oh, you know what? That's a good point. Although... Yeesh! Gonna pour one out for the necks of anyone who has to drive in this. Like, sheesh. That can't be comfortable either. It's like when you're lying down in bed, right, and you're trying to surf the net on your phone. And if you're not doing it, like, you know, on your back, and you're on your stomach instead, you gotta have your, like, your head kind of stretched out, and after a while that gets, like, really uncomfortable. But on your back, you have to hold the phone up, and of course you're in bed, so you might get sleepy, and then you just drop the phone on your face, like, a few times, and yeah.
Last lap, so hold the lead through to the end now.
Can you tell that's happened to me, like, a few times? That car in an endurance race must be hell. Oh, yeah. It most likely is. Oh, man. Yeah, it's kind of funny, like, the arm ache sets in. Yeah, just imagine if you're trying to drive while lying down. You gotta have your arms out way more, right, in a much more uncomfortable position. Part makes turning a lot more awkward, because I have to imagine your range of motion is probably far reduced if you have to outstretch your arms above your shoulders, as it were. I should say past your shoulders, right, as opposed to just holding them out on the side. You know, I think about it, this screen here particularly reminds me of Grid 1, because if I remember correctly, Grid 1 kind of had a sort of this dusty brown aesthetic to it. It's like a world devoid of color before you get back into the world of racing, which thankfully is much more colorful. Like, I remember even the tracks in Grid 1, like the first grid. They still kind of had like that realism filter on it. Looked a lot more washed out and dusty and everything. I wonder if this style is kind of like an acknowledgement to that. It's like, yeah, this is kind of like a callback to the style of Grid 1. And, you know, don't worry, when you get into the race proper, you'll get all the colors. Fallen asleep with my tablet a few times. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's always a fun time, right? You're like doing stuff on your tablet, and then you realize, oh man, I gotta wake up, and then you realize, oh man, there's this tablet next to me. You just like turn it on. You're like on a completely unrelated website, and you realize, oh hey, I must have been sleep tapping like here and there. Oh boy, this kind of car in the rain. This is gonna be fun. Although I have to say, I like this car like a lot more than the Porsche I was driving earlier. This one is like way less squirrely, even at high speeds, which I absolutely appreciate. Binge watching stuff, wake up with a tablet case full of drool. Oh man, ooh, oh. I feel for you on that. It's like, ah, you gotta clean it up, but you know you're never gonna completely get it out of the case. Yeah, it looks more manageable, like infinitely so. And I'm still getting good times on it, right? I've still managed to kind of rank pretty high on it, so yeah. I'm glad I at least switched cars for the next series here. Or for the next next series in this category. Icing on the cake is having your eyes glued shut from that eye stuff that gets mad in eyelashes. Ah! Oh. I've had that happen quite a few times to me. It's like, you get that sort of gunk. You just have to, like, go to the bathroom and wash your face off. Just get it out of you.
The sun has set on Shanghai, but the stars are coming out for tonight's event. Kristen,
ooh, that's like nice poetic line there. Night has set, the sun has set, but the stars are coming out. It's like, it's a double meaning. I get it, I see what you did there. Whoever wrote that line should pat themselves on the back. They're probably like a poet in their spare time. Oh, I heard someone hit something behind me. And again, all those folks and not an umbrella in sight. Oh, you're right. Huh. Which is kind of funny, because the other event that was like super rainy, there were people with umbrellas. But now, all these folks have glow sticks. I wonder if this is a case of, like, there's only, like, one alternate state they can put on crowds. So they can only, like, either do glow sticks or umbrellas, but not both for some reason. Oh, wait, no, I see some umbrellas. Yeah, okay. Fewer umbrellas. But yeah, it seems like they prioritize glow sticks, maybe. See, now I'm thinking from a programmer's mindset, right? This is not a real-world mindset. This is like, oh, why would an audience have only glow sticks at night in the rain? You'd think they would have glow sticks and umbrellas. Or maybe they don't even need to bother with glow sticks, because, you know, there's, like, freaking neon everywhere. Yeah, I can have a rave while watching the cars, right? Just wave it around. Get that techno going. Do 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 do. I don't know why the Strong Bad techno song has stuck with me so much. A lot of things from Homestar Runner I could probably remember. Like, computer over virus is very yes. And, never ending soda. Oh, keep it rolling, boys! The cheetah's not dead. And things like that. Next thing you know, it's like the mud people from Glastonbury Festival. Feel like a regular Woodstock out here, right? There's people going crazy nuts. Or would Burning Man be more comparable?
Listen up. Hold the lead. Last lap.
Yeah, even the guy over the radio is starting to repeat lines now. Yeah, I got a few drinks in them and anything goes. Yeah, all the drinking centric festivals. Got all the wild tales coming from them. Or you'll get someone who regales of the days and they're like, oh man, I was so completely off my rocker. I had to say myself, I never got to that point. I never got to a point where I like become so drunk that I forget what happened. I don't know. That seems like a frightening thought. Just man, I don't want to lose that much control. Like I want to remember what I did last night. So I actually don't drink at all. But you know, that's a personal decision. If anyone else wants to drink, that's cool. Right, I'm cool with that. As long as they drink responsibly. That's what people always say. Drink responsibly, right? Don't do, don't do anything. If you're gonna drink, don't do anything that would require you to be at your most attentive. And if you do drink, don't drink yourself completely plastered. Go get drunk and a music festival breaks out. Far too many tales of being in that situation. Or you just like see someone else just like completely plastered, crap faced. They're just like, yeah, I've seen that once, right? Someone just like drank so much that they're just like practically non-responsive, right? They're just kind of just like sitting in the spot, not really doing much. They don't even respond to you. They're just like staring out into distance, right? Like, you know, people. Someone had actually explained that, where it's like, yeah, your body kind of like shuts down, you know, the most everything, like, but the most basic of functions. So you know, they'll keep on all the stuff that they need to kind of, you know, just keep yourself aware and moving. But you know, even that has its limits. That's why you get like the stories of people who just like wake up with the most wicked hangover and no memory of what they did last night. Yeah, you know, something happened when you wake up naked on the bonnet of your car in the driveway at 7 in the morning, right? It's like a completely unfamiliar occasion, like, oh no, what happened? Yeah, or the entire premise of, dude, where's my car? Right? Like, they wake up in a Vegas hotel, and they gotta piece together what exactly they did the night before. While the movie itself doesn't get referenced, at least not as far as I can tell, apart from, you know, the general title, that general plotline, I do see that, like, happening in other games. Like, I remember there's, like, a quest in Skyrim that kind of follows that thread, where you get, like, completely drunk and then suddenly you're just, like, all the way across the map. You just have to figure out what you did and make your way back. And then along the way, you just like, people are just telling you about the stuff that you did at that location. They're like, oh, wow. Yeah, in my case, what happened to my clothes? And like, uh-oh. I hope nothing worse came of that. Yeah. Yeah, 99% of the time you switch to Trevor in GTA. I remember watching a video on that. It was like, whoa. Yeah, Trevor, if anyone would have that happen to them, it would be Trevor. The guy who just seems to, you know, be completely off his rocker. Yeah, so you switch to him, and yeah, he would be in the middle of the street, in a completely different outfit doing something that would be considered a non sequitur in that location. First. Wake up on Mount Chiliad in just his tidy whities and a pair of boots. I'm like, Yes, you might be wondering, how did I get here? And you know what? I'm kind of wondering that myself. No, seriously, do you have like any clue? Because I have no idea.
Alright, we'll get back to that shortly because it's time to get started.
It's time to get started. I am curious as to like how many protagonists will follow in Grand Theft Auto 6. Imagine there's got to be at least 2, because they showcased like 2 characters rather prominently in that trailer. I heard the main one is a woman this time. Oh, that's good. That's good to know. Hopefully the story will do him the justice. At the very least, the story will be properly written to accommodate, right? But I know that will open up a lot of possibilities character customization-wise. Alright, no longer do you have to go to GTA Online if you want to play as a woman. Thank God back then video phones weren't as prevalent as they are now. I agree with that. It's a point I see a lot of people bring up, right? It's like, you know, before the turn of the century, and like even like a little bit afterwards, you know, if you did something dumb in your kid years, you could at least brush it off, because at the very least, you know, people weren't as likely to have a record of it. But these days, if some kid does something dumb, it's probably gonna haunt them for like the rest of their life, because it's gonna be immortalized in some way or another, right? Whether it be on like social media or just like a video that just gets passed around, some form of it is gonna be on the internet. Just gonna be there for someone to dig up at some point, and that kind of blows, right? It's like, yeah, your past is gonna always haunt you, so, you know, well, on one hand, it's like all the more reason to make sure you're on the up and up, but also leaves you a lot less room to kind of, you know, do the regular live and learn thing, right? It's like you can't really learn your lesson from it and still feel like you get a fresh start. Always going to be some aspect of it that comes back around to you some way or another if you mess up majorly. And, you know, in some cases, it's deserved. Other cases, maybe you should... Ooh. I should be kind of continuing full throttle on that section, huh? That, and it'll end up on YouTube. Yeah. Or live leak. Gotta be careful, because a lot of employers check your socials. As soon as anything goes down, you know that the phones come out. that much is certain. I mean, on one hand, it's great, right? Because sometimes, you know, you catch like those real dredge of society, right? The real assholes or the real bigots or something. You catch them on video, you put them on, and you can, you know, have them face the consequences, as it were. But on the other hand, it's like maybe it goes too far, or they get the wrong person, or yeah, you know, it's good, and it's also bad. It's just like a different landscape we live in, right? One where you have to be much more mindful of your actions because, you know, you go too far and there might be consequences. Yeah, that's why there's so many Karen vids on YouTube. Yeah. One case where, you know, social media and viral videos might work out. At the very least, you realize, oh, wow. Some people really are that entitled, really do feel like that much of a jerk. Although, I kinda dislike with how much, you know, the term Karen feels like it's been diluted. You know, apart from making the real life name like completely unpalpable and unfortunate for anyone who does happen to be named Karen and is actually a good person. It feels like it's being thrown around like a lot more casually, right? You'll see people going, "Yeah, I had to like go full Karen on this person." I'm just thinking to myself, "No, man. The term Karen was initially conceived because, you know, it was reserved for the ultra jerks. It was like the person you did not want to become, right? So, yeah, kind of blows that people will just casually talk about going full Karen. I'm like, no, that's not how it works. It shouldn't be how it works, right? It's supposed to be reserved for those, or, you know, being like absolute jerkwads, or, you know, being absolute racists or homophobes or like that. You should never aspire to be Karen. You should never go Karen, because Karen is something you actively want to avoid if you're, like, you know, anywhere close to being a decent person. It's permeated our lives. Yeah, it kind of has. Prepare yourself for another 10 years of Rockstar milking the GTA teat. Yeah, oh my god. It's like, it's astounding how GTA 5 has kind of survived. So, like, largely on the basis of GTA Online. It's crazy. And perhaps a bit of a shame too, because we never got any sorts of story expansions for GTA 5. Right, like GTA 4 had those 2 single-player story expansions, which everyone loved. Right, they're talking about how great they were, and when 5 came out, people were hoping we would get like that sort of treatment as well, where it'll have like, you know, some sort of Los Santos side story, but we never got anything of the sort. Nah, all the updates come in GTA Online. Which sucks if you're not into GTA Online. Sales of those shark cards, yeah, you can see why they would continue supporting it, because it does make them money hand over fist. Far too many DLC packs. Never went back after completing the story. Yeah. It's like the only reason you come back is because you had like a funny mod. The subject of GTA. I remember when there was that whole outcry with the GTA remastered. Right, because they like brought it out and it was like noticeably worse, right? It was noticeably worse, even if the textures were supposedly up-res. It's like, what, they took their source was like the phone versions of the game, so all the models just looked worse. And it was enough of an outcry, right? That they had Rockstar had to do like a make good by giving everyone the old versions of San Andreas, Vice City, and 3. Yeah, GTA was the perfect game for that sort of cathartic relief. Yeah, you had a bad day, you needed to vent. Yeah, just get into GTA and cause some havoc there. Yeah, you saw it on YouTube. Yeah, it was a phone port. That's what I heard. Yeah, I thought so. But yeah, enough of a. It was bad enough that Rockstar had to undelist the old versions of 3 Vice City and San Andreas.
How you feeling about this one?
Pretty good, Alex.
I remember that specifically because I was like going through the library to kind of see what driving game I would play next, and I saw that I had like GTA 3, Vice City, and San Andreas on Steam. I don't quite remember if it's like the remaster version or not. I don't think it is, but it's like on there if I want to ever, play the old versions. Honestly, I remember the old versions kind of being memorable as well because they had like, an extensive amount of mods for it. Like San Andreas especially, like I remember some people actually picking up the old version of San Andreas because they had all the mods for it. So if you wanted to play as a Toho character or whatever other characters they had, you could mod that in. It was totally cool for that. If I remember correctly, I think the HD remasters didn't. At the very least, they were like incompatible with the old mods, and they were so bad that people didn't want to mod them. So people were lamenting that. San Andreas is peak GTA for me. Banging soundtrack, great story. It felt like the natural expansion of how GTA would go, right? Because there was like 3 in Vice City took place in a single city, and here we had San Andreas expanding the thing to a whole state. It's like, not only did you have Los Santos, you also had San Fierro and Las Venturas, right? The 3 big cities, and then you had, a bunch of smaller things and points of interest in between them. Just felt like a natural expansion of, the open world crime driving game that people came to love GTA for. GTA, yeah. Spent so much time in Las Venturas playing video poker. Yeah, and there's like all the stuff around it too, like how you could, change the way CJ looked by exercising or eating a lot of food. You could customize his looks too by going to a clothing shop. It was like groundbreaking at the time, right? I think it was also like the first game they introduced bicycles, I think. Just cruising around Bone County was cool. I bet it was. All those back roads with the woods and stuff, I bet. Just finding all the secrets out there. Seeing how they crafted that particular world out for people to explore. Yeah, it was a fun time. That's like, I get why they went back to like the single city focus for 4 and 5, but it's like,
Last lap, so hold the lead through to the end now.
Sort of expansion on the concept for San Andreas. It was kind of fun, right? It's like when you ask people which GTA was their favorite. Yeah, some people would say San Andreas. I imagine some other people would like say Vice City, but like that particular time period, people probably cite that as their favorite time of GTA. Favorite era of GTA, I should say. Didn't it bring back the stock car racing too from Vice City? I think it did, yeah. So it's the 90s. Yeah, it's kind of like how Vice City was kind of a take on the 80s. It makes sense that the San Andreas would kind of move the time forward a little bit. I guess by going by that line of thought, GTA 4 probably like in the 2000s, and then 5 would be in the 2010s. And fittingly enough, GTA 6 probably takes place somewhere within the 2020s. Vice City was a cross between Miami Vice and Scarface, fittingly enough, 2 series that took place in Florida. Miami Vice, obviously, Scarface. Yeah, it did. Alright. I think this is round 2? Round 2 or 3? Kind of funny since there's only like 3 cars in this category. You see, you know, everyone, each car kind of has like repeats, right?
And the Grid World Series comes to a town that is no stranger to motorsport. Kristen, tell us about Indianapolis.
Ah, good old Indianapolis.
Better time than others. Though with the Grid World Series, anything can happen. So let's just wait and see.
Well, I know.
Anything can happen. That's a line that's applicable anywhere, appropriately. Everyone has swum over to another area before the bridges are open and get an auto 5-star wanted level. Some people made a challenge out of that too, right? It's supposed to be a deterrent, but people took it as a challenge. They're like, yeah, let's see how long it can survive. It's like how in Infamous, the first game at least, like, power would be out in the districts of town you weren't supposed to be at yet. And when they wanted you to go there, you would specifically undertake a mission that would have you restoring power to that region. It was actually kind of a brilliant move because as Cole relied on electricity to do all his cool stuff, so obviously area with no electricity for him to draw off of was somewhere he didn't want to be. Unique way of kind of like deterring a player from going to a place where before the game wanted you to be there. Oh, and I remembered the game after that Sucker Punch made after Infamous. It was Ghost of Tsushima. I can't believe I forgot that. Like, how could I forget that? People love that. Oh, dang. I mean, what did I expect would happen if I went off track? But yeah. Like, what other ways did games have of kind of, you know, making sure we weren't at where you were supposed to be before you were supposed to be there?
This is Indianapolis.
I guess it's like easy enough to do in RPG games because, you know, all you have to do is just like change the level of the enemies, or you just have like one big beefy enemy that you're only supposed to defeat out after a certain point in the game. Which, you know, is its own challenge, because some players will be like, oh man, now I gotta try to defeat it with a low-level party so I can be in here way earlier than I should be. And that's fun in its own right. You know, some people enjoy that stuff, and that's cool. Ooh, that last advert looked interesting. Huh, what was it of? I imagine it must be something like food related. An anime called Level Up? An anime. Yeah, I haven't heard of that one before. Or maybe I did, but it was only in passing. So I know there's an anime came out on a series called Solo Leveling, which was a Korean manhwa, if I remember correctly. And people were like super excited about that. Oh. Apparently it's advertised for Crunchyroll and Google Play. I had to look that up now, see what Level Up is all about.
Great first lap, you're leading the race.
Because if it's like slice of life fantasy, I might be into it, or a slice of life comedy, or fantasy comedy, I might be into that as well. Usually it's adverts for electric cars or Amazon. I wonder if that kind of swings back around to the whole thing about how they can tailor ads to the user experience. How they'll use like information from the cookies to make sure that they hawk products to you that you would be interested in. Other than that, I think about electric cars will be far from that, right? Maybe that's why I see a lot of food ads, because I usually look up articles of food, right? Because it's like, oh man, I wanna look for a recipe, so I'll look up a recipe, and then they start throwing me ads for food. Or I'll notice if I, like, look up a certain website, all the ads I get will be from that website, just, like, everywhere. And, like, oh, man. The results, right, the results of my actions have taken immediate effect already. If they targeted me, the adverts would be all Roxanne Wolf, furries, and ASMR. Alright, understandable. You know, since I visit Humble Bundle semi-frequently, I usually get like a couple of ads of Humble Bundle, like on other sites. I'm like, yep. Yeah, that tracks, probably. Oh, yeah. So this is like race 3 of 3, if I remember correctly. See, a lot of those, for them companies that you subscribe to, they send you ingredients and recipes each month. Oh, yeah. I know a friend who's actually, like, subscribed to one of them. He seemed to enjoy it because, you know, it's nice to have, kind of have, like, all the things pre-measured out for you, and all you have to do is produce the pot, and maybe water, and a loose vegetable here and there. Not to mention, that's kind of like a good incentive to try out a variety of foods, because they'll usually send you a variety of foods. Can imagine it saves shopping. Yeah, there's that too. You don't have to go out to grocery stores often. I don't know. Like, I know grocery delivery would probably be like a million times more convenient for me, but I don't know. Something I enjoy about just walking out to a store and perusing the products myself, and then just, you know, getting what I need, or, you know, maybe stumbling upon a deal I didn't know I had before. Although I know that's like a trap in of itself, but sometimes it's fun to like find this extra things. Like, oh yeah, you know, I think I might like that. I'll just pick it up and try it out. Don't know about there, but here you have to spend so much before they'll deliver. Yeah, I think we have like a somewhat high, you know, purchase minimum, right? So you can't just say, hey, deliver me a bag of chips, right? You gotta get yourself a bag of chips, a couple of vegetables, maybe a couple of cases of soda or some bottled drinks, juice, and other things like that. Pretty much you need like what is essentially a full cart before you get the you get the shipping before you can get it shipped to you. Send me chicken ramen now, right? It's like get me one of those cup noodles packs, right? The microwave. No, not microwave. They specifically said no. Don't stick them in the microwave. They get me the cup noodles. Yeah. But yeah, if you want like just the one night meal, there's a different service for that. The packs of those are like 60 pounds on Amazon for a 32 pack. Ooh, that's a lot.
Now, where it'll all be decided.
You gotta probably pay shipping on that as well.
Alex, it's been a heated...
Yeah. The places I go to can usually get them for about a unit price of a little over $1 per cup. So yeah, to hear that you have to pay for like almost 2 pounds per one, which I think comes out to even more. That's yeah, that kind of blows. On the other hand, it is, cup noodles with all the stuff that entails, so... £2, that's like a one-way ticket on the bus to town. Yeah, you can think about, like, all the other stuff you can get with that kind of money. It's like, Yeah, it's like that amount of money I could get myself some hot noodles, or I could get myself a hot dog, or I could get myself a soda, or I could get myself a pretzel. To be honest, they all sound kind of reasonable, really. Oh, ooh. That would probably be terminal damage if I had damage modeling on. 200 penny sweets. Yeah, there you go.
You're leading the race.
In terms of food quantity, that's probably a good deal, Don't mind the everything else around it. To be honest, if I could find a place where I could, like, buy pieces of candy for, like, a penny each, I would be all over that. Nah, most of the places I go, they usually measure them by weight. Which I guess is more reasonable. This make for a fun time, where you're just thinking, alright, so, what should I get this time? Maybe I'll get, like, a half a pound of this, and then another half a pound of that. Maybe I'll just get, like, a quarter pound of this, or maybe a few ounces of this other thing. Yes, I will keep this lead intact. Don't forget the fizzy cola bottles. Oh man, yeah, the little wax bottles. Ah, I always found those so amusing. It's like soda, except it's not really soda. That just blew the mind of kid me. Candy cigarettes, love those as a kid. Gotta admit, I never did those myself, but I always found the idea amusing. It's like little candy powder to make it look like you're actually smoking. And then after a little bit, you just like munch the cigarette or munch the candy cigarette. Because what else are you gonna do with it? Whew, alright. Teaching them early. Which thankfully they're trying to dissuade now. Like, I think it's been a while since I've seen the candy cigarette. Yeah, it's kind of funny how much the general opinion has kind of turned around on smoking. Like, I see, at the very least where I am, I see a lot more people kind of decry it. For good reason, mind you. But on the other hand, you know, you just gotta be mindful. People are making their decision. If they want to smoke, that's what they have decided to do. And, well, you know, just gotta let them do that. They know what they're in for. They know what they're getting into. Just sometimes all you can do is really just, like, you know, wish or hope that they can wean themselves off of it, or, you know, wish that perhaps things have gone differently from them. Same here. They're putting the age up every year from this year. Yeah. Like, I know in there are some other countries where you can't, like, put any sorts of packaging on cigarettes whatsoever. You can only have, like, the most basic of ones, and they always have to have those warning labels on them. They're like, yeah, this will give you lung cancer, and, you know, make them all really gross and icky looking, and your voice is going to be, like, completely ruined, and the food's not going to taste good anymore, and again, very, very good reasons for them doing so. I certainly won't put it past them to do that. Man, I wanted to get through, like, the whole Turing series tonight, but you can see here, these last three will probably take a little bit to get through, even if the races themselves tend to be shorter overall. I've been streaming for a while, and it's, like, getting pretty late over here. Ours have the labels and a graphic pic of some black lungs or a neck tumor, etc. Yeah. Like, as they probably should. Like, get it. 6:16 a.m. here. Oh man. Yeah. Alright, well, for your sake and mine, I think I'll go ahead and say I'll probably wrap up this touring series next week. Then we can get ourselves into the stock cars. Yeah, look at that. Look at all these series we have to do, and that's just the base game. We still got Season 1, Season 2, Season 3. Oh. Kind of a lot of things to race through here. And yeah, even if they all end up just being, hey, they're all circuit races, you know what? Probably be a good variety to them, so yeah. Breakfast time! And hope you enjoy your breakfast. As for me, I think I will call it here and probably go to sleep shortly after. But yeah, thanks to everyone who came by, checked me out, who stuck around. watched a bit, and maybe even chatted. I appreciate each and every one of you. I'll be back on Friday. We're going to continue Shadow Tactics. From what I've read, we kind of got over the big hump of the game. Apparently Mission 3 is like the hardest. And, you know, from there on, it should be a bit more manageable. Also, the next mission apparently will have like the 5th character we'll control, so eager to see where that goes from there. Alright. Unfortunately, this is like one of those games where if you focus out of it, it, like, you know, mutes itself. You know, one of these days I'm gonna have myself like a separate chatting screen we can come back to after all is said and done, but till then, you know, I'm gonna look for a video. Have a good one! Yeah, you have a good one too. Thanks for hanging out. I wonder if I have like a Grid 2019 OST. It'll be funny, since it's like all ambient music. Oh my god, they do have the menu music. They even have like menu music extended. What in the world? Alright. Let's loot this stuff. Man, doesn't that just sound like a lo-fi beat to chill to? You just slotted this into like a lo-fi playlist, it would not feel out of place. Okay. Let's go look for someone to raid. Do have some folks in mind, but you know, it's always also fun to seek out new folks, because hey, Twitch is a big place. There are many, many streamers out there. Why not spread the love around? I'm seeing quite a few Cold Lamb streams, but I know they have their big update coming in like a few days. It's funny because it's like the promised sex update, right? Call it Sins of the Father, but very much everyone just calls it the sex update, which makes sense because that's what it is. Oh yeah, I'm seeing a lot of Monster Hunter World streams as well. It's kind of funny, because if you think about like the timing of when Wilds was announced, you think people would have started up World earlier. Or maybe not, since you know, Christmas season was coming up, so maybe they were busy with that, so they didn't get around to World until now. Maybe just people picked up World a lot from the Steam sale, and they're finally just like digging into it. On the subject of Monster Hunter, I have not played through Sunbreak at all. I should probably do that. I wonder if that's like a thing I should do on stream. Maybe that'll be motivation for me to go and play Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. Just go through the story mode of that. You can see my tricked out character. I got her all cosmeticed out and everything. Finally, he'll be put to. Nah, I played multiplayer Rise with my friend group. They were definitely unsurprised that or they were shocked initially that I would just like put all that time into it. Seeing a few Pokemon streams as well, Scarlet Violet. I think the DLC for that came out like not too long ago. And you know, Pokemon catching will always be eternal because people will want to get mons they want to raise, or always the challenge runs you can go on, like the Nuzlockes and that kind of stuff. Oh, see someone's playing Payday 3. I wonder how that game's doing. It's been a while since I last checked in on it. When did it come out again? Was it like September or October? I remember people being like super stoked, and then it had all those server problems, and that kind of became its defining moment. Because, you know, Payday 2 is kind of the antithesis of that. Until it wasn't. It's the one thing that kind of turned me off, is that, you know, all your experience and level progression was done through challenges. So after a certain point, you kind of exhausted all the ones that would normally get you. You have to like go out of your way, and that would make online heists all weird, because you'll get the people who only get into a heist to complete a specific challenge, and then they'll, you know, get out of the race like right after that, which was like super annoying. And thankfully I only ever played with my friends, and we didn't play it so much that that became an issue. I decided to see who else was playing Grid, and I'm the only one playing Grid! Which I guess checks out, because you can't get Grid anymore. So, you know, who would be playing this except those who already have it? And I imagine anyone who already has it is probably done with it, or playing through Grid Legends, which is the one that's like actually available. It's like Grid 2. You can't get Grid 2 anymore, but... or Grid 1 for that matter. I'm like almost certain Grid Legends is like the only actual Grid game you can buy. Although I have that on Game Pass. If I were to start Grid Legends, I would probably do it through Game Pass. Although I haven't checked to see if I have it on Humble. I imagine, like, if the other Grid games were on Humble, they were offered up on Humble. Grid Legends will eventually get there. We'll see it in a monthly. We'll see it in one of the monthlies, so it'll show up there someday. We'll see. Guess this is like among all the folks I raided, I kinda raided them already. I wonder if I should just like go back and raid them some more. It's always the awkward part. I just gotta work through my indecisiveness and just pick someone already. So I gotta make sure I pick one who isn't on for a long time, cause they just might log off afterwards. Okay, you know what? I think I might have someone picked out here. Be appropriate too, because it looks like they're gonna be on a while. So let's go ahead and do this. All right, where's my stream manager? Oh, here it is. Ooh. Should have stopped raids for a while. That's okay. Wait, am I still? Okay, wait, no, I'm still speaking. Hopefully, my voice won't have cut out too much. All right, let's see if this raid goes through. Ah, sweet. Okay. Rippy is apparently doing a 24-hour stream marathon, so. Let's go give them some support. They're currently playing Escape from Tarkov. Hopefully, well, I guess this is why they're doing it early on and when they still have the energy for it, right? Anyways, let's give them some support then. And raid message. What should our raid message be? Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna. Here. Real boring, but there. If you're joining on the raid, give them a touring raid. Otherwise, have a good rest of your week. I'll see you on Friday for Shadow Tactics. Take care.